Good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. Sorry, we're a little late. I think we're just letting people trickle in here on a Friday morning after a big win last night. All right, just want to say welcome back. Thank you for coming to day 2. I'm Lisa Bailey, Director of Safe Communities at Hennepin County, and I just want to welcome everyone, get us going this morning. I know we'll probably have more people coming in, trickling in. We know from lots of folks have told us they're going to be coming in and out during the day, so don't let that distract you. We know people have other lives and things going on. So welcome. I just want to do a quick recap of yesterday for those of you who weren't here. We had a great first day, lots of energy. Yeah, it was great. I'd like to particularly lift up, we had this very energizing youth leadership plenary where there were a lot of people here. What'd you think of that? Was that amazing? I mean, it was incredible. The energy and the comments from these youth leaders was really inspiring, and I think kind of set us up for the rest of the day. Then we had some conversations from the Safe Communities team, so you heard a little more about what's happening in Hennepin County at the county level. And then we went into some, I thought, really terrific breakout rooms. I was able to hit all 4 of them. I thought the conversations that were going on there were lengthy. I mean, all of them went to the very end. There were some impassioned conversations, lots of great ideas, and lots of connections being made, which is part of what this is all about. It's the relationships, it's the connections. And then we closed out the day with city leaders plenary. We heard from 4 mayors and Commissioner Barnett from the city of Minneapolis, and they had some interesting concepts and ideas, thoughts. I think Anthony Smith's going to talk a little more about that today, about what's happening at the city level and the mayoral level. And we're going to continue that conversation. We just want to keep emphasizing this is the start of a conversation and of a communications and relationship building. And so I think that really set us up well for today. Now we're going to hear more about what's happening at the national level. We've had people flying in from all over the country to talk to us about what's worked, what hasn't worked, what are they seeing in their municipalities or their communities, so we can learn from them and move on together. So I'd like to now turn it over to my friend and colleague, Anthony Smith, who's the Executive Director, as you all know, of Cities United. Mr. Smith. Oh, look at that old picture of me. I love that.
Hey, thanks. I got a mic, I think. Is it working? Yep. So good morning, folks. I know folks like to be in the back of the room. I don't know how folks are going to come in, but as we get our guests who are going to be on the panels, folks are coming from all over the country to be with you all, and I would love for folks to start moving up. I know that's going to be kind of hard, but it would be nice for folks to be able to see y'all as they talk to you all. So I just want to ask you all to move up as you come into the space. Again, my name is Anthony Smith, Executive Director with Cities United, and we are excited to be with you all. Yesterday was a great day. Can we give it up for yesterday? It was a great time to really focus in on what you all are doing in Hennepin County and across your county, and it was an amazing time to hear from young folks, hear from elected officials, but also hear from the folks who are doing the work on a day-to-day to make sure that we keep our community safe. I really enjoyed the panel with the mayors. I thought they challenged each other. I thought they pushed each other and really talked about what it takes to create public safety that's just not focused on law enforcement, jails, and detention centers. And that's what we're all trying to push for. We have been partnering with this region for a long time. I see Antonio Smith, who I've been working with for years. Thank you, Antonio. Commissioner Lundy, when he was mayor, when first heard about Brooklyn Park, I thought I was going to New York. I ended up in Minnesota, but it was a great time. I was telling folks the other day, they used to invite me up every February. Right, they used to say Antonio. So I used to come here when it was cold all the time, but I'm glad we're here at a time where it's not that cold. So we're having a real conversation around how this country needs to move to be different, and we're talking about how cities and counties can really move to address this public health crisis that we have been dealing with for decades. Right, so when you think about the number of young people or the people we lose to this issue every day, it's at the level of an epidemic and it takes us to really address it differently, right? We have been addressing it with law enforcement and with criminal justice systems, and that's not gotten us to where we need to get to. It's actually hurt and harmed communities in a way that's going to take us a long time to heal from and recover. So we need to really start thinking about this as a public health crisis. We didn't start with data yesterday because we really wanted to talk about what you all were doing and the work that was going on. But since 2013, between 2013 and 2022, you all lost 445 people to gun violence in your county. That's 445 families that have been impacted by this issue. This is friends who wake up every day missing somebody that they love, schoolmates, classmates. And as you can see, everybody had a bump in 2021 during the pandemic. There's a new article out on New York Times that talks about the impact of COVID on gun violence. And it talks about how many of us are impacted by where we live and the blocks that we live on. So if you get time, check it out. It's a great data piece. But this is where we should always start. But we should always remember that every number on here is a person. Every number on this screen represents somebody's loved one, somebody's brother, sister, father, mother, uncle, aunt. And if we truly want to address this issue, then we've got to be different. Also in your data, we see who this happens to the most. Of the 445 people who you all have lost to gun violence, 316 of them are Black. So when we talk about Black and brown folks who are disproportionately impacted by this issue, the data tells us that every day. So when we talk about who we work with and who we are looking for, who we're trying to support, then we got to be clear about who that is. It's also impacting Black males. 385 of the folks who we lost were male. So again, when we talk about a public health crisis, we got to identify the who, the where, so that we can really put together strategies to address it. Then we talk about the age. A lot of times we go straight to doing youth work when we talk about who's dying from gun violence, and yes, young people are impacted. But as you also see, you all, folks who are most impacted in your county between the ages of 18 and 40. So that means you've got to have solutions and strategies to address young people or people between the ages of 18 and 40, because that's who's dying in your city to this issue. So when you put together strategies, and those strategies only look for folks under the age of 18, you're not going to get to the reductions that you're looking to get to. You're not going to save the lives that you're trying to save. So while it's important for us to focus and center young people, it's also important for us to look at our data and say, who do we need to build programs out for? And make sure that we put those strategies together to address that. Also, again, talking about race, 295 of the 445 were Black males. And I'm just really emphasizing who, right? So if folks get upset with me because I'm talking about Black males in this room, you can't, because that's what the data is telling us. In your county, that's who's dying by gun violence. I'm not saying other folks are not impacted by it, but disproportionately, Black men are dying by guns in your county at an alarming rate. And that's the same across the country. And if we truly want to address this issue, that means we got to truly care for and put together strategies for those who are most impacted by this issue. By age again, we're still talking 18 to 40. And as you just look through this slide and you look through the numbers, you get to understand like who we're talking about. And before I go farther, I just want to take us a moment to pause for that 445 people that we have lost, that we lost between 2013 and 2022. We did not put up 2023 numbers and 2024 numbers because I think those are still coming in and we just didn't have them. So let's just pause and take a moment of silence, please. Thank you. If I had a bell, we would have hit it 445 times because I just think we got to continue just to embed that. That's 445 people have lost. So at Cities United, the way we think about this issue is that we talked a lot about reimagining public safety for years. What would public safety look like? And I think we've got to get to a place where communities have reimagined and put in public safety strategies on their own without waiting for government, without waiting for anybody to be different, right? So all the programs that you hear about, from street outreach to violence interruption to the hospital-based intervention strategies, were done because community members said we can be better. We can be different. So we don't need to reimagine public safety anymore. Public safety is already being redefined. We just all got to get on the same page. We all got to join in. Thank you for that, exactly, the amen corner. I appreciate it. We've got to all join in and understand that it takes a system-wide approach to achieving true public safety. Everybody in this room has a role to play. Every department inside the county has a role to play when it comes to public safety. Every department in your city has a role to play. This is not just on our law enforcement partners. They have a role to play too, but it's just not on them. This is about how we build relationships with each other so that we can build stronger relationships with those who are most at risk. This is how we build better relationships so we can better allocate our resources to get to the families and to the people who are most at risk. We also believe that every city, every county, and every state should have a comprehensive public safety plan, which I'll talk more about later as we continue to talk. But it's a strategy and a plan that help guide your work. Minneapolis was one of the first cities to have a blueprint. And the blueprint really helped them move their numbers down and save lives and get more people to safety. And again, your data and our data says you must center those who are most at risk. So black men and boys are in the middle of this circle. But what we're saying is they need support from all of us to get this work done. From folks who work inside of city government, public safety representatives. Because again, I think when we talk about public safety and we talk about this issue, we put a lot of pressure on law enforcement, but there's so many people inside the public safety ecosystem that we got to make sure that they're all in the table. Who runs your jails, your judges, your prosecutors? We all have a role to play when we talk about public safety. Community partners, who we heard a lot from yesterday. National partners, who you all will hear from today, who we brought in. Community-based organizations, school systems have a huge role. So I'm hoping folks from the school system have been in these rooms for the last 2 days. Law enforcement, local government, philanthropy, young leaders, which you all heard from yesterday, mayors, city managers, other elected officials, and the families and the young men and boys. What we're really trying to help cities do is build an ecosystem that allows us to identify, engage, and support those who are most at risk. And in you all's cases, black males between the ages of 18 and 40 are the ones who we need to build this ecosystem for. Cities United ecosystem looks like this. As you can tell in the first ring, the red, this is where you interrupt the cycle of violence. This is where CVI, community violence intervention, comes into play. This is where you have your street outreach workers, your interventionists, your hospital-based strategy. You all will hear more about this from Andre later today if you're in this space. He's doing a breakout on coordinated crisis response. How do we move as a city, as a county, to address this issue? How do we create a more comprehensive public safety, a collaborative public safety fund and model? How do we fund this work? Yes, the city and the county needs to put money in, but philanthropy, business, we all need to be making sure that we are investing in this work. Then you move into dismantling the systems and equity. You all heard it yesterday. The reason we're in this place is because of old policies and procedures that have created environments where we have pushed people to the margins, and we have made folks lose hope because we don't give them hope, and we have created not a lot of opportunity for those who are looking for it. So how do we create more inclusive economy? And again, this is for the population who's most at risk. How do we make sure they can find a job, start a business, so they can take care of themselves and their families? How do we make sure we have better educational support for those who we typically push out? The men and women who have dropped out of school, how do we help them get back into school and get back engaged? How do we build more family support? Y'all talked a lot about it yesterday. When people are in trouble who are sitting in front of you, that means their families are in trouble. So how do we do better at wrapping our arms around the whole family at the time? And how do we do this work without causing more harm? How do we center healing engagement strategies in this work so that we don't cause more harm in our process? And then lastly, investing in the infrastructure. How do we look more upstream and really say, as we have redefined public safety, this is how we now invest our resources to make sure we have enough money, dollars for everybody to get the work done. This is around making sure that we are advancing anti-racist policies. There's policies that we know that have been pushed forward from 3 strikes, redlining, urban renewal that have caused a lot of harm in Black, brown, and poor communities. And how do we not do that anymore? This is also about how do we assess what the city is already spending. This is budget cycle. I think y'all are in budget cycle right now, right? Always. And if you don't know what your budget numbers are and this is not a community process, then we're going to keep getting the same thing. We need to all be inside of not just the county's budget, the city's budget, but our school system's budgets, and asking for the resources we know we need to keep everybody safe, healthy, and hopeful. This is also about how we frame the conversation. Yesterday, I heard a whole lot about crime and criminals. That's not the conversation we should be having. We're talking about men, women, and children who are losing their lives because of the systems that we put in place. When we talk about crime and criminals, our solutions are different. When we talk about people that we love and care for, we put together better solutions and better ideas, right? This is also around making sure that we get a really good estimate of what it's going to cost for a new public safety infrastructure, and how do we invest in that? You guys will hear a whole lot about that as you go through the day, but just about every breakout that you're going to go to, I have some of these same slides. I think redundancy matters. I think y'all got to hear stuff over and over again before we can get there. All right, again, comprehensive public safety plan. You guys are going to hear a lot of people come on the stage in a little bit to talk about how they have built their plan out, how they're implementing it, and what it's done for their cities. These plans for us are written documents that include a long-term vision for those who are most impacted, along with goals and action steps of how we're going to get there. It has publicly identified goal owners, like who's responsible for this, so we can hold each other accountable. We put a lot of stuff out on the table all the time with these big ideas, and we never say who's responsible, so nothing gets done. And this is a way for us to check ourselves and get stuff done. It's developed in partnership with key stakeholders, community government, philanthropy, business, and most importantly, those who have been impacted by violence. And when we talk about folks who have been impacted by violence, I'm going to be real clear that we're talking about both sides of the guns, right? We're talking about folks who have been shot and folks who have shot somebody need to be in these rooms with us. And it's not always easy to bring folks who have harmed somebody back into a space, but that's the hard work we got to do as a community, because we got to give folks second chances, and we got to allow folks opportunities to restore themselves and renew themselves. These comprehensive public safety plans are living documents that adapt based on what's happening in community. They are community informed by data. Seems like my slides got messed up a little bit. This living documents are adapted by what's happening in community, so community needs to be under that first bullet. And then they are informed by data. They're accessible by the whole community. They guide our collective work. It's how we hold ourselves accountable. And again, this is what we use when we go into the budget conversation, right? So when we're talking about budget, this is how we talk about the budget. It's how we define public safety, and it's focused on those who are most at risk. And when we talk about how we get there, Cities United created a roadmap to help cities get to a place where they can plan, develop a plan, implement a plan, sustain a plan, and evaluate a plan. So we walk you through 5 stages to help you get there. We were supposed to do some of that tomorrow, but we had to cancel that because the numbers were low on the sign up. But we'll be back in Hennepin County to help people put that together because we think it's important for everybody to have that plan and have that strategy as we move forward. So this is what we believe public safety looks like in cities. We believe it's the responsibility of all of these people to create public safety, and we believe we need to focus on those who are most at risk. So today you're going to hear from a lot of our partners around the country who are leading in their cities, who are leading in their counties, who are leading at national level to really help us kind of get grounded in what this looks like. And our hope is that you all see some of the opportunities to bring in and fill some of your gaps that you might have in your city and in your county, that you build new relationships with folks who can help you think about your strategies and think about your work. And when I think about the folks who are going to be on this stage and who are presenting to you, these are national experts who live and breathe this work every day, who have been impacted by it directly, who have caused harm in their past, but have found their way on the other side to say we can all be safe, and I have a role to play in it. These are folks who I look up to. These are folks who I admire. These are folks who help us all create a better country that we all want to live in. So with the first panel, I want to bring up Synethia White, who's our Director of Strategic Initiatives, to introduce the panel and get you all ready for the folks. So can we give Synethia a hand as she comes up? Good morning. Good to see you.
See you too. I did it too fast. I was going to dance, but Synethia White, Director of Strategic Initiatives at Cities United. I actually have the pleasure of making 3 years on the CU team right about now. And so thankful to be with you all today. I lead the team or provide leadership for the team that's built of wonderful leaders who do our coaching and capacity work, our national initiatives, virtual engagement, and our young leader engagement. And so today we're going to have a conversation about what Anthony has gone over, and that's developing and implementing a comprehensive public safety plan. Something that I'm going to say to you, just in case it does not come up, is we all want to get to the work fast. We want to save lives, we want to improve outcomes, and we want to be intentional. But if you are a city that is resourcing the work with no plan, then you are actually moving against sustainability. Because what will happen is folks will retire, they'll go on to different jobs, and the attention or the spotlight on the work will change, and you have nothing that allows community or internal stakeholders to hold the folks accountable who came to the table and said they were going to do something, okay? So know that you can define any strategy, get trained, put it on the ground, but if you have nothing keeping people honest when things transition, then you are starting with the intention of not doing something long-term, okay? So if you remove accountability at the end, then you don't have any real desire to do this work. So joining me today Ladies first. Erica Atwood. Malcolm Cunningham. And Mayor Christopher Curtis. Not swinging. It's not swinging. We thought Erica's legs were going to swing.
I'm a little vertically challenged.
All right. Okay. E. All right. All right. So I'm going to allow them to introduce themselves. You guys can, I think there's information you can read about them. You see their title. So this is a bit different. A one-liner about you and the work and what it can be what it means to you, how you approach it every day, or even what you avoid. Just put the right disclaimer first.
There are just some things you can't avoid. But the work for me is I want not to be the exception, but the rule. I grew up in Camden, New Jersey at the height of the crack epidemic, and I made it out, went to boarding school for high school, went to the Howard University, and am able to accomplish things. And when I tell people who are from Philly or from the East Coast, I'm from Camden, they go, oh, I don't want that to be the norm. And I want young people to have the same opportunities that I have had for success. And so this work for me is about changing exceptionalism to normalism.
I think it's going to be hard to follow you for this entire panel, probably. So Malcolm Cunningham, Director of Mayor's Office in City of Toledo. I believe my work is informed by a touch of survivor's guilt as well. I lost a decent friend of mine that I played football with my freshman year, and it was something that grounded and informs my work every day. There isn't a day that goes by that I don't think about him, and I don't think about the possibilities that were lost when he was 15 years old, you know. So that's the work that grounds me. I am often having to do the internal work to ensure that I'm supporting myself and supporting my team, even as we navigate these situations again and again and again and again, in order to ensure that it never happens, and in order to ensure that we can bounce back, that we can be resilient in the face of this structural violence, this actual lived violence. So that's what grounds me. That's what gets me going every single day.
Good morning. Chris Curtis, Mayor of City of Kankakee. And for me, I talked about this in Atlanta and some other places, and you're gonna look at me, and our community is a very diverse community. And I'm just gonna throw it out there, I've said this before in Baltimore, and I'll say it again, and it starts coming a little cliche, but I think it's good because it's a different crowd, but I'm the white Republican conservative mayor, okay? And people look at me a lot of time and sit there and say, and even when I won my election said, wow, okay, we've got a problem. This is the mayor we just elected. I'm speaking the truth here. And actually, I care. And what I mean by that is I'm the guy that I've talked to Anthony and Cities United, said, use me. Use me across the country because I believe in the initiative that is being put forth here. And sometimes I hear about people that look like me in other very conservative cities and sit there and say, we're not going to do that. That's not the way. And so I sit there and say, I've learned in this seat, I'm a real estate agent. That's what I've done since 1991, and now I joke sometimes I'm playing mayor. You know, I'm now running a city. But I sit there and say that I believe in this, and I have found in the last 2 to 3 years that this seat carries a lot of weight and carries a lot of power. You can't ever let that go to your head, but what it can do, it can influence. And it can educate other communities to say the plan of doing things different has to happen. Now, I'll be very clear. I'm very pro-police. I'm very back to blue. I believe there's a piece for that in everything we need to do, but there's another way we have to work concurrently with the underlying causes. And so there's the immediate effect that we have to deal with, and then there's a long-term effect. So we'll get into discussions, but that's basically my background and why I'm involved in this, because I want to make a difference. and I hopefully want to be the face that can help the people that are resistant to change.
All right, so as Anthony said, each of the folks on the stage are at a different place in the development and or implementation of a comprehensive public safety plan. So if you look at it as a line, we have folks who have worked through it, built it, completed it, implemented, and left it in good standing, right? Because that's the big thing. When you leave, does it go away? Remember what I said initially? That's another thing. When you leave, is it still there? Because people leave. So Erica, as you started doing this work in Philadelphia around the development of the Comprehensive Public Safety Plan, what was the foundation or the first thing that you knew you had to do?
So for context, I've built or been a part of the team that's built 2 safety plans under 2 mayoral administrations in Philadelphia. So worked in both the Nutter administration and the Kenney administration, helping them both build their plans. One of the things that I learned, and it's really, and I know we're gonna get more into this, was we can't do any of this work without the communities that are impacted by this violence. We don't know what the true needs are if we're not talking to them, or what the true issues are if we're not talking to them. That was one of the first things that I learned. And that was what I was chiefly responsible for during the implementation, the development and implementation of the our strategy under Mayor Nutter. We were focused on North Philadelphia, which has been a neighborhood in the 22nd Police District that has chronically been vulnerable to gun violence and all the things that come along with that. And so it was really getting in the neighborhood, getting to know the folks there. I'm not a North Philly girl, and so I couldn't go in and assume. I had to go in and learn. And so that was one of the first things I had to learn is what are the dynamics, who are the people, and what is the culture of the neighborhood to make sure that the work that we do and the people we meet are sustained in this work.
Malcolm, tell us a little bit about where you are in your journey and what is or has been or continues to be critical for you.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're actually approaching the end of our planning period. Right now, we've been planning since August of 2023, began convening a group of stakeholders from across the board, including centering community. I think what's been most critical for us is shifting the norms of those that are in power, whether we're talking about social service agencies, whether we're talking about public safety, whether we're talking about the administration, to actually honor and allow for community voice to be centered in the planning process and for them to be comfortable with receiving direct and often harsh feedback from community. It's not something that is typically done within my city. My city, in some ways, will shift existing things in order to tag on whatever the urgent need is of that time, right? So if you're a community-based mental health agency, perhaps you're gonna add violence to the end of your RFP in order to ensure that you're saying you're addressing violence, right? So we really had to shift that sort of norm and get the folks that are typically in power to actually honor and listen to the voices of those that have been most impacted. That's been really critical for us.
Mayor Curtis, one of our roadmap cities, your thoughts on ground level work and getting the plan done?
Yeah, we're. I like to use a lot of sports analogy. I feel like we're in the first inning right now. We're right now building out our plan and everything. But why we've had our office, Kinky United was actually started under my predecessor, Mayor Wells Armstrong. She was the one that got with Cities United, and then that thing called the pandemic showed up, and that kind of stopped everything. And when I did run for mayor, I had several people sit me down and say, you've got to follow through on what she started. So I'll give a lot of credit to her because she was the one that did, and we bought into it. But we're early on in the stage. The biggest thing for us is we're a smaller community, but we've got a lot of partners besides Kinky United, and that's what we call our Office of Violence Prevention within the city of Kankakee. We've got 2 or 3 other organizations that are also working together. And the problem is we're not interacting these tracks together right now. We're working parallel, and we're trying to make sure, and Cities United is very impactful of helping us. They've been bringing us together here just in the last, I'll call it, 90 to 120 days right now, and he's just even been here, to help put our comprehensive public safety plan together. We kind of had one and we were kind of winging it and everything, but as it was mentioned earlier by Ms. White here, is this has got to be something that's got to be put together that's lasting. Most mayors will sit here and say that, you know, when the election comes up, I'll be in that same seat and I'll continue this path, but that doesn't always happen. And so my ultimate goal is we're starting to fund it, and we've actually now got it as part of our operating budget. We used the ARPA money to get it started, but now we've taken it out of the ARPA category and we put it in there, so it's no different than the Code Department, Department of Public Works, or the Fire Department. And so that's one of the things we're trying to put together. Now we're trying to really put together the cohesive, comprehensive plan that'll last if I'm not there or when I do leave, or when Johnny, our Office of Vice President Director, is not there, that it continues on. So for us, it's early, but it's also bringing all the parties together. That's what we're struggling with right now. We've got, everybody wants to take the credit, everybody wants to do their thing, but it doesn't work having 3 or 4 agencies running parallel tracks together. They've got to intertwine.
Okay. Mayor Curtis, I'll keep it with you because you gave me a great segue. Appreciate the handoff. Sports analogy, maybe. I don't know.
I like it. I like it. We'll keep it. Okay, we got baseball, football. We'll do a basketball one next. So.
Okay, I'm ready for that one too. I know what that's called. In building your table and the organizations that you're working with, who are some of the organizations or partners who are at the table, who are running parallel, and who are some of the ones you're trying to bring to the table that may not be there or may not be showing up in the ways that you feel are most beneficial? What does it look like in Kankakee?
I'll start with maybe the easier one, who's not at the table right now. And what's interesting is, I'll call it our community churches, our leaders there, they are not at the table right now. We have, I believe we've got the city at the table, we've got our police department at the table, we have our state's attorney at the table. He's probably one that really started a lot of this initiative too, with his mentoring programs and different things. And then we've got we got an organization that received a large grant, and we've got another organization that's doing the same thing. So they're at the table. So we've got that. I think we're missing, I looked at Johnny out here because she knows this better than anyone, but I think the school district's missing a little bit right now. I really do. They're partaking, but they're not all in. They've just put their foot into the first couple steps of the pool. We need them all in, and it's our faith community-based leaders that are not in right now, and we got to get them in. Our hospitals are coming along, and that's due to the hard work of the team that's there, but those are the 2 that we're missing, and I don't think it moves forward without them. Okay. Because I can tell you we've got some issues in the school that happen, and that knowledge doesn't get shared where our team could get out there and start to interact with those families before something escalates beyond the control that we want.
Okay. Malcolm, what's your table looking like? Who y'all invited to the cookout?
Yeah. I was trying to think of a Jali-ally analogy, but it's a weird sport that I know nothing about. I think we're doing a pretty decent job of bringing the right folks to the table. So we do have community-based mental health. We have health systems, public safety, mayor's office. We have a group of mothers that have lost their children to gun violence that are centering the Victim and Survivor Services Working Group, a number of social service organizations, some faith-based leaders, youth. I mean, absolutely critical to have youth at the table. You know, what I think we're grappling with in some ways is planning fatigue, right? In the last probably 6 or 7 years, there have been a number of neighborhood-based plans. There have been comprehensive land use planning efforts. There have been, racial equity plans. There have been so many different planning efforts that have happened, and they are not typically being done in the way that we're doing it, thanks to the efforts of Cities United, right? So as they come to the table, they see that it is quite different from other planning efforts and that there are actual teeth behind it. But we have to, in some ways, convince folks that this isn't just another planning process, and we also have to, in some ways, tie in those initial early wins so that they can see the value in it. So if anything, I think the challenge with bringing folks to the table for us has been addressing that planning fatigue, getting them to honor the work that's currently happening while also still acknowledging these initial planning efforts that have happened. So.
Thank you. And so a point I want to make before we shift to Erica for her input on that question is that when you start this work, and something that, you know, if I end up coaching you or somebody from our team ends up coaching you, is we're gonna work on having a plan in place, right? Do you get invited to a party that you don't know when it starts and ends? You don't know what you're supposed to bring, you don't know what you're supposed to wear, you don't know the reason you're celebrating, you don't know if it's just a time for folks to come together, right? So when you start this process in your community, you have to be very intentional in your planning efforts before you go out to know that this is when you intend on starting. This is when you intend on stopping. These are the frequency of subgroup meetings or large community updates. You have to put some things in place so that folks know what they're signing up for, and so that folks who have been at other tables who feel like they're being drugged to the table again know what the commitment is, and then for the community to know when they're going to hear something. Because I think there's probably folks in this room who's like, okay, another community plan? Oh, that's great. Anybody pulling the last one off the shelf? A lot of folks feel that way because, let's be honest, in a lot of government spaces, especially if it's around community planning or something in your planning department, you do that work and it starts, but there often isn't an update if you're not very connected to the work, right? I live in a city where I worked in local government, and so I know the community plan. I know what the trees and the planning process is going to look like on the King Street corridor. It's in the plan, but I was in local government, so I know how to find the plan, I know how to look at the plan, I can ask the questions. You need to be transparent and engaging so that those that you're working with to build this out, that you can't get it done without, know the expectation for participation, the expectation to give feedback, and the expectation for what's needed to go ahead and launch or implement. Erica?
So I may not be answering the question, but I'm gonna say this anyway. I'm gonna choose violence.
That's why we call her Big E.
So in building a plan, here's what not to do, and this is what happened in Philadelphia. We had a group of philanthropy come together, and I told you I was choosing violence, Anthony.
I didn't know where you were going, but I gotta see. Go ahead.
We had a group of philanthropy come together and build out a room, say they were providing support to the mayor. In actuality, these were detractors of the mayor. They didn't think he was doing enough without talking to folks like me who were killing ourselves doing the work, and decided they were gonna form this coalition. And this coalition celebrated a 1-year anniversary of doing mostly getting in the way. And, oh, sis, I'm not done. And so in that getting in the way, they had a whole victory lap of celebrating an anniversary, and they brought a room like this together. And they brought a room like this together to talk about their wins. They had totally scripted panels, including people that reported to me. They did not invite me. They did not invite any of my leadership team, which includes the Office of Violence Prevention, Office of Reentry Partnerships, Office of the Victim Advocate, Town Watch Integrated Services, and Office of Criminal Justice, and I'll put in parentheses reform, so you know what they do. The room was predominantly white, predominantly executive leadership across the city, and not in city government, I mean in business, in academia, I got in trouble for acting out. Cause I'm like, if you're not gonna let me literally toss tables, I'm gonna proverbially toss tables. And I wrote a letter really talking about how you cannot solve a problem without including community. And you cannot solve a problem impacting communities of color without them. You cannot solve a problem with the people who are doing the work every day. Because most of us have been impacted. It's why we do this work, based on what Malcolm said. And I could tell you a lot of my story. All of us could tell the stories in this room. And so when we're building these plans, when we're thinking about the sustainability of comprehensive plans, they have to be inclusionary. And philanthropy has a role at the table, absolutely. They have a role because they can fund the research, they can fund the work, they can be thought partners and leaders. They should be at the table. They can't be the only ones at the table. And there's an opportunity for continuity, and I was blessed to be able to do that because I worked with multiple mayors. So if you do have a strategy that is somewhere on a shelf, dust it off, pull it out, look at it. See what the things that are there that are salvageable, that are maintainable, that you can take to the next strategy. Just because you didn't like the person who did it doesn't mean it doesn't have value. And so when we think about building these comprehensive plans, when we think about sustainability, think about all of the resources you have available to you to do this plan. And sometimes it's what was done and didn't work that you can learn from as well.
Thank you. Something else there? You can hold it. I'll come back to you. Something else there is also making sure that the opportunities that you're building for community feedback don't always have community coming to you. Just because you think it's a central location, it may be for everybody who has a car. It may be for people who are comfortable in entering buildings that they may have some, distrust with. It's easier to get information and to get feedback if you go where people are and where they're comfortable. And then also being cognizant of engaging with people in different ways and getting their feedback. Everybody's not going to do your survey. I don't care how much you pay for targeted analytics on Facebook or anywhere else. You're going to get some feedback there. But if there are social gatherings for young people, if the Friday nights at the football field are major, while people are standing in line, give feedback. Give them a little coupon for a sandwich or pay for their ticket. Go to the communities of faith, have conversations, get that information. Your effort to get feedback should exceed your expectation for the community to participate. Now, community partners at the table. What's the value add?
Well, so one, the value of community partners is they have the relationships with individuals who are at the highest risk of gun violence, being in the cycle of gun violence. And so having them at the table, you now have ambassadors to be able to communicate resources and opportunities for those that they're working with on a daily basis. The other piece is that we've got to invest in those community organizations in a different way. In Philadelphia, during the pandemic, we were able to invest $16.5 million directly to community-based organizations who were black and brown led, who had 3 or more years of experience in neighborhoods that were most vulnerable to gun violence. We invested in trauma-informed care, safe havens, mentorship, and restorative justice. And we were able to do that in partnership with City Council. And that grant program is now in its second cycle with only one person that was not renewed and more folks added on. And so there's roughly 40 organizations that we're funding with about a total of $25 million in technical assistance and an evaluation of the program. And so the value add in community is one, they're the ones that have access to the people we need, and we need to work with them. And then two, the value add is they're the ones who are going to continue to gain trust, build momentum in communities, and so we have to also invest in them so they continue the work that they're doing.
Malcolm, value add for having young people.
They will be honest and direct with you about what will and what will not work. They'll be very direct with you, especially if you created that space and that opportunity for them to provide that sort of feedback. And also, they are able to identify emergent issues that we perhaps are not as familiar with, so that we can get working on it and we can get them resourced up and give them the proper support so that they can then go out and do the work themselves. So definitely critical to have that voice and that perspective, because everything is emergent, thinking about social media in particular and the impact that has on violence in community. So considering that is pretty critical.
Mayor Curtis, and building that table, the value add for governmental agencies, cities, departments, et cetera, in your planning process.
It's convincing my aldermen to spend the money and spend it in areas that they don't want to spend it. And what I mean by that is he's a dear friend of mine. He's an alderman, but he lives in the, we'll call it the higher median income area, and we're investing a lot of money in infrastructure very purposely in our toughest areas. And I'm doing that to try to raise and give some influence into the areas that have been ignored for a long time. Because economic development is key to this. We've got to give better opportunities. You know, one of the greatest things that can, you know, raise you up is creating generational wealth is home ownership, right? Okay? Ideally, you have that home, you own it, you pay it off, hopefully after 30 years, you pass that down to your kids. They use that for a larger home or another home, and it continues on. We've seen that happen in cycles all the way. So I'm investing infrastructure there, but then I get pullback from our council members. Why are we spending so much of our money here and not over here? You haven't given us anything in 3 years. And I sit there and say, well, it's purpose. We're doing it on purpose because a city can't rise up and you can't reduce crime and violence if you only pay attention to certain areas of your town, okay? I'm doing the opposite now. I'm sitting there saying we gotta bring a grocery store to the food desert area. And if that means we gotta give away all the sales tax and the real estate tax to do that, so be it. Because that's just going to lead to a better neighborhood, better resources so that you can get some food instead of having to get that gallon of milk from Dollar General because they're charging you $5 instead of the normal grocery store. Well, it used to be $1.99. Everything's expensive now, but so for us, it's convincing some of the old council members that we have to change our ways of where we invest our money. Even trying to do some incentives to black and brown businesses that are trying to come up, and then we're sitting there saying, why are you giving more money to help them through the TIF programs and everything, but yet you're not helping this over here? Because we have to build that part of our community up. We have to give the jobs, the opportunity, the access to it. And so I'm using my position to kind of force it, I guess, more than anything. It comes with some blowback, but I believe when it works, and it will work, they'll be right there and sit there and say, well, boy, isn't that the best thing we ever did? And I'm like, that wasn't what you said 2-3 years ago.
Can I add something to that?
Absolutely.
Because I've been there, Mayor. And I'll be the one whispering, I told y'all so. So the other thing that I want to say from kind of coming from a position of leadership in government and feeling the pressure of having to solve this issue because public safety was in my title, there is a responsibility across systems in government for this issue. It can't just be on the back of your offices of violence prevention or your public safety departments. It can't just be on the backs of law enforcement. Like, there's not enough hearts and minds in those departments to be able to accomplish an issue that was created decades ago. And so if your health departments are not at the table, if your behavioral health is not at the table, child welfare is not at the table, transportation, infrastructure, and planning are not at the table. They've all got to be at the table, and you've got to build performance metrics for everybody that has an impact on how much money they get from the budget if that's what it takes to get them to act right. It can't just be on, because by and large, offices of violence prevention are under-resourced and understaffed. We know the struggles law enforcement is having with staffing up and maintaining and keeping folks. So you put it on the backs of the two departments that are struggling the most to stay afloat. Y'all, we're not serious. We're not serious. And if we are serious, then everybody is responsible for it. Everybody's got to put 5 on it. And if you don't, then your money's getting taken from you. We're going to put it someplace else with the people we know are going to invest in this work for free.
I want to add, I concur with that. And what I mean by that is, you know, the code department, the economic development department, the planning department, it's all part of the public safety plan. Okay? So when code comes out and they're at this house and they're sitting there saying, you've got to fix this roof or you got to do this, and the money's not there, and now they've got another ticket okay? That's where we've got to be a little softer and say, hey, we'll work with you. Well, let's get us to the Community Development Agency, who's got the federal funding for grants to get some things done, and let's not write that ticket, okay? Let's help them. So it's all departments. It's not just, as you said, the Office of Violence Prevention and the Police Department. It's across the board, and economic development and code department's a big piece of it.
Thank you both for that. It just makes it more interesting. I'll be, to be honest with you. Something that's funny, and Mayor Curtis, you kind of gave me an alley-oop. No, my son plays soccer. I have no idea what's going on. Well, I'll get back. Yes. Yeah. So a funny thing about the picture they have on the slide of me, and probably the one in the book, as I was speaking somewhere in my home community, and I was talking about the image that Anthony showed earlier, which is our Reimagined Public Safety Framework, right? And there was a retired police officer who was a community, probably a community advocate or connected to law enforcement now. And I found out he was retired after. And so that laugh on my face is because he's like, you want to not have a police department. And I said, no, sir. I want to call the police when I need to call the police. And I'm quite sure that every officer in here does not want me calling them because somebody is walking down the street and they don't look like they live in my neighborhood. I want, if my alarm goes off or I don't feel safe or something is happening or there's an accident and I need professional response, I want to call the police. I don't want to call the police for foolishness, and I don't think the police want to be called for foolishness. You're having a hard time keeping officers because you call the police because someone looks out of place, or they don't greet you. You've never seen them before, or they're having a mental health crisis. While the officers in my community are trained to respond to that, that's not what they signed up for, right? And so what you all said about the responsibilities of the departments makes a lot of sense, because police officers want to do good policing, for the most part. I can't say that everyone in every profession has the best intentions and the best heart. But if you set them up by responding to things that they should not be responding to, then you're only souring the opportunity that they have to build relationships. And then when you come back in and building this plan and you have police at the table, they don't trust you either, because you've not done anything to help build community relationships in city departments and in public safety. But then you come to the table and ask them to join you and sit next to the ops. They don't have much to say to you. So all of these roles, making sure the departments know their role, as Mayor Curtis said. I asked everybody to come to the table. Do you come into contact with children, young people, or families? I made it my business to make it difficult for you to exclude yourself, right? And if you don't, then you don't need to be here. But I didn't have any department that could wiggle their way out. And then the other thing when you're building this plan is, when we cross this line together and we have this plan and we're talking about collectively our contributions, do you want to be the department that has no positive contribution? When they list at the beginning of this report and at the end of it and in community engagement, do you want to be the department leader or the superintendent or what have you that's never there? No. Do you also want to be the elected person who's never there? Let's be honest. When it's time for re-election, do you want to be the strange face? So let's figure out how we can bring you to the table and we can build together. Now, here's another thing, a term that Erica likes to start. I don't ever start trouble. It's not really my. I got the mic.
Epic lies.
I got the mic. And so when you also talk about bringing young people to the table, we have children. I'm a certified street like sidewalk kid, okay? My grandmother was barely 5 feet, and she could do the teat or the look, and I was good. Like knees buckle, shook, right? I didn't play with her. That's not every kid. And that's also not every kid that needs to be at the table when you're talking about working to young people. I don't need you only looking for the young people who dress up nice, sit up straight, come in, greet you properly. I need your reflection of young people to look like the young people that you are building in community, in diversity, not just in skin color and neighborhood, but experience, okay? Because if you bring what I call shiny kids, and I was a shiny kid, because I just didn't play with her. If that's all you bring to the table, what type of solutions are you gonna have? Right? Now, here's the other thing. When you bring the young people to the table with lived experience, adults, what you cannot do is say, well, he doesn't arrive on time, or she curses, or she does this, because you're automatically looking for ways to cut corners and cheat the young people out of their right to participate, and you're also being a lazy adult. Okay? If you're working with young people, some of you are sitting here not because you never did anything wrong, you didn't get caught. So make sure, I don't know what the statute is, Malcolm, but you might want to, turn that mic off. All right. So next thing we're going to talk about is the data and the numbers. Anthony gave, at the beginning of this, some very sobering numbers, right, about what the picture looks like in your community. How have you all utilized that data to help further the work that you're doing? You can start, Malcolm.
So I think about data in a number of ways. It is the overall number, but it's also critical to look at rates and understand the relative risk, I guess you could say. I'm a public health guy at this point in my life, not the old days anymore at all. So think about some of those public health metrics that can be used to better understand risk of exposure relative to other populations. I think that's been helpful for us. I also think a lot about geography, right? The geography of violence and of factors that are connected to violence within the built environment. I'm getting very wonky right now, I'm sorry. But we think about blight, we think about redlining. Most of us at this point can actually access fairly modern and useful sources of data from the past, and you compare that, or you can work with your public health department to take a look at some of those possible correlations or associations between gun violence and a redlining, gun violence and disinvestment, gun violence and household median income, right? And you can start to make the case because there are fairly clear connections around those things, right? So I think one of the most helpful things is combining different sources of data in order to better understand the connections or the associations between things.
Okay. Mayor Curtis?
The numbers part is always, in my opinion, it's the most difficult part. Okay, you can take some statistics and you look at them, number of victims shot, number of homicides, number of guns recovered, crimes, different things. And we look at those and we look at the areas and everything, but a lot of times I wonder, and this is the hardest part as we're getting into this and trying to learn, the work that we're doing, is it reflecting in the numbers? And we just don't know. But maybe it's reflecting because the work that's being done has prevented that shooting. Maybe it's prevented that homicide. But that doesn't show up in the numbers, right? I'll use City of Kankakee. We had a reduction. We were down to, I believe it was 25 victims shot last year, and I've always said it's not a good number, but that's a win in our book, and that's horrible to say that, but that was. But I wonder if we weren't implementing what we're doing right now and trying to put together, what would that number have been? Could have been 43, could have been 25 still. That's the number we just don't know, and that's the hardest part as I try to gather this. What I will say, though, is just as Anthony, and he shared numbers here that's happening locally and everything, our statistics match up exactly with those numbers. And what I mean by that, it's 100% black and brown men that are being shot. There's some females in there, but it's a majority black and brown men being murdered, shot and being the victims here. What's interesting is we came off and said that this should be in the range of that 12 to 24-year-old age group. It's when a 12-year-old, a 13-year-old, a 14-year-old is shot and killed, the community cries out, what are you doing? They feel the, but we've got a lot of what I'll call 28, 30, 32, 38-year-old men that are part of that. Okay, it's happening. For some reason, the community doesn't cry as loud when that happens. That's kind of scary to me. I get it. When a child dies, nobody ever wants to see a child die. But what's the difference between a child dying and a 32-year-old male, too? That's just can be just as traumatic to the community and the family there. So that's been sobering with some of those numbers there. But targeting, using those numbers where it's area, but it all relates to what you're all seeing. It's in that black and brown community, and it's where for me, it's trying to understand the work that we're doing. Is it succeeding? I believe it is, but I got to prove it, right? When I go ask for more money, and I go to these aldermen, and I got to put it in the budget, I got to show them some facts and figures to justify why I want more money, and that's hard to show sometimes. And but I look back and just sit there and say that it's very, I think the work we're doing, I think those numbers could have been much higher if the work wasn't being done that we're doing now. But I just have no way to show that and base that, and that's the most frustrating part.
So plug for later on with Data, with Abyss from our team. She'll give you some information about working backwards and being able to look at that return on investment. And then as we transition to Erica to give us her feedback, Mayor Curtis said, we should be upset when it's a child. We should be upset when it's a 32-year-old man. That still tears at the fabric of community and family, because the likelihood that the 32-year-old has a child or is somebody that people cared about in their neighborhood. Think about his mother. Do you think she feels any different than if he was 32 or 13? She's still doing something that is out of the order for what we believe in the life cycle, right? And that is bearing a child. So don't get lost in numbers in that way. A life is a life. A potential removed from community is potential removed from community, period. Okay?
So I also want to say something on that too, is I think that we have to examine when we see a 32-year-old that is killed by gun violence, what did he do to deserve that? And I think that's the question sometimes that folks won't say. That's the quiet part out loud. And you can look at a 13-year-old and say, oh, that shouldn't have happened to a 13-year-old, but you look at a 32-year-old and say, well, what did he do to deserve that? And I think we have to examine that lens of gun violence and our bias around that, because we all have it on some level. How we use that, a real practical way, is working with the police department data, health department data. How many of you are familiar with child death reviews? So we started to do that in Philadelphia with adult homicides. And we started to see all the entry points into systems these young men were having to begin to build out programs and strategies to intervene at the points in which we knew they were at a higher risk of gun violence. And so that's a practical way that folks can do, that you can set up to be able to start to examine how you can have more preventative measures in your communities, in your jurisdictions, around supporting, saving the lives before they get to that review space. Other thing is, stop doing stuff the data doesn't tell you. Like, can we stop setting up curfew centers? Because show me an example of an evaluation that says it works. And then I'll shut up, but it doesn't exist. And so use your data to support building systems, programs, and making investments that actually work and not make you feel good or make city council feel good. Use your data as your protection, use your data as your ammunition. And stop, oh, can I curse now?
I ain't gonna stop you.
Stop shooting that little shit. Harlem Nights reference. So let's, so just utilize your data and make it make sense.
So as we close out, something that's super duper important about this work. Oh, you gave me, I didn't know I had that much time. I was going to keep us on time. It's on time. At 25?
We started later.
All right, I'll take it. I'll take it. Now my feet are swinging. Now, there's also some really unrealistic expectations being set for these offices, given all of the attention in the past couple of years on the work and the need for work. But for those of us who have been doing this for quite some time, we know we've kind of been pulling teeth and going at folks to invest and do the right thing before the pandemic hit, right? But now that it is here, there are some really unrealistic expectations on the amount of time that you will see things realized, either a return on investment or office built and fully staffed. And I have a thought about that, I guess you can tell. By the way, it's foolish. You have, in many ways, there are departments across the country who have set up an office very quickly, gave it some funding, 2 people, and said, well, this is a community problem, so we don't want to put a lot of city staff in it, but we want those 2 city staff to help coordinate in the community. We want them to show up at all of the community-based events and build relationships. We want them to sit at the prevention table. We'd like them to be at FAP. We also want them to manage a community grant program where we give out $5,000 for 6 months worth of work to community-based organizations, and the reporting is short of, like, promising, your firstborn. Okay? We're doing some really foolish things that we don't do in other spaces. Now, we gotta, in a lot of these cases, I know we have to take what we can get to move forward. The 3 of you, what are the things or an idea that you wish folks would slow their roll on and give offices more time? And then you could probably think of 40 things, but just think of one thing that you want folks to be patient about when building these offices and developing their plans.
So the first thing that comes to mind isn't what you shouldn't do, it's what you should do. Okay. Or I could phrase it, I can phrase it the way that the question comes across, but you shouldn't treat people that are doing this work like they're not also impacted and they're not also constituents. We treat people, particularly Black women in this work, like indentured servants. And we've got to build out, we cannot care for the communities that are impacted by this violence by being violent to the people helping you create solutions. And so what I would encourage folks to do is build out a community of care within the work. An example of that is I did quarterly retreats with my leadership team and biannual retreats with my entire team. My entire team was roughly 100 people. My leadership team was roughly 15. And sometimes I facilitated them, other times, because I needed to get loved up on too, I brought other facilitators in. That is also part of the work that I've been doing nationally, is supporting and coaching folks who are in this work in a way that builds out a community of care nationally. And so if you're going to think about this work, think about it in a sense of, those of us who are doing this work are also impacted. We also have our traumas around this work. We have to treat each other with love and care.
I was going to say the exact thing. Line for line, that was an alley-oop to you.
My bad, Malcolm, my bad.
Yeah, I think it's the timing in general that it takes to build out the appropriate staffing structure. The need for intensive technical assistance and support from experts from around the country, and having a community that is willing to invest in those things can be a challenge, can definitely be a challenge, because there's this sense of ownership, there's this sense of feeling the need to invent the wheel so that it's Toledo specific as opposed to adapting for local context. So I think that's been one of the challenges for us, this idea that we should invent it overnight, solve the problem, and move on to something else. I think that's been a fairly sizable challenge that is in need of reframing. Certainly the self-care piece, it's critical. We're exposed to so much vicarious trauma that activates our own stuff every single day. And yeah, like you said, in some ways, we're expected to do all of the parts of the work, right? I'm coaching one moment, I'm responding to a shooting the next, and then I'm going in front of city council, you know, in the same day. And you have to switch modes and emotions and language as you're shifting between these different spaces. And if you're off at any point in any of these spaces, there's a problem, right? So I think having the grace to allow folks to develop and also to be supported as this office gets built up, I think is really critical to the long-term success of this stuff. And honestly, just it needs to be sustained funding. These offices can't rely on ARPA long-term. They cannot rely on grant cycles. It has to be something where you're not fighting for the survival of your staff that you've managed to get trained up and built up that live in these communities. We can't have them not sure if they're not going to have a job next year because a grant cycle has ended, right?
Because that is trauma. That is trauma.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So Mayor Curtis, 1 minute, same question, and then we'll close out and be on time.
I'm going to say ditto and ditto, and I'm going to say, Ms. White, I feel like you just talked about Kankakee. Because I'm sitting here, what you just said, and I feel horrible right now. Because, no, in all seriousness, we're not even 2 years old with our office yet, but we have 2 people, and I'm running around 20 different places, and I'm not giving the time and attention to the office that it deserves, and I'll admit that. And we've got to change that. So there's funding there. It's not enough. We're going to put more funding there. But really, what's the biggest piece? Giving the support and the ability for that office to survive on a daily basis, and just the health part of it. And I really don't have an answer right now, except for that I feel I'm part of the problem right now. And I'm going to think about this long and hard as I fly home on a plane. That you just opened up for me. So I don't have an answer for you, except for you just opened up my eyes and said, I've got something I've got to fix. So because it's, we place a lot of expectations on 2 people. We're 300 people for employees in the city of Kankakee, and we're putting a lot of expectations on 2 people, and I'm not providing the support that they need. So I don't have an answer, except for that I will have to come up with one.
All right, so hang in there. I appreciate all of the transparency on the panel today. Mayor Curtis, I appreciate yours. Anthony knows, Erica knows, I came from a department of, I had 1.5 folks. The department, because of the things that were put in play, many of the things that were put in play, the department now has, I think, 10 people. And so hang in there and do it. And then how we're checking out today is around communications and how we talk about Black men and boys in this work. And so you really only have like 5 seconds. I'll start. And so something that you would impart to folks in this room when they talk about the work around Black men and boys, give them an adjective that you want them to start using before the names of impacted individuals and why you're doing this work. And so I'm going to say, because they are worth it.
Listening and compassion. I mean,
2 words.
2 words I gave 2. Compassion.
Okay. All right.
Full potential to thrive.
Contributors to community.
Okay, so compassion, worth it, the ability to thrive, and their commitment to communities. As you talk about the work that you're doing on behalf of Black men and boys and their families, whether or not, as Anthony said, some are committing the crime or victims of the crime, please don't penalize all Black men and boys, and please don't speak of them in ways that does not bring life to their situation in their community. Thank you.
said just what she said. Love you, sir. Good shit.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. All right, let's give it up for him one more time, y'all. It's really important when we can have open and honest conversation. And I appreciate all of them so much, but I really want to shout out to the mayor for recognizing where he's at and what needs to be different. Is my mic on? Can we, so I just want to thank you all for that. Before I bring up the next panel, I want to do something quick. One of my mentors is in the room, Dr. Eddie Woods. If I can get Dr. Eddie Woods to stand up. He runs an organization in my city. You won't see him on the stage, but he's going to do a breakout. He runs an organization in my city called No More Red Dots. And when I worked for Mayor Fisher as a one-person shop that grew, it has grown, when a homicide happened or a shooting happened in our city, I used to get a text message every time it happened. And when I got that text message, I would have to wait for the next text message that would come back and say whether the person survived or died. And in between those two text messages, Dr. Woods was the person I would call to get a sense of what was happening in the street, because Dr. Woods and his team have been doing interruption work for over 30 years. And they have relationships and connections and sometimes have more information before law enforcement had information. I had access to the chief and everybody else, but Dr. Woods was my first call, and that's continued to be one of my first calls as I do this work. So I just want to honor my man while he's in the space. So. All right, the next panel we're going to bring up is really around CVI, Community Violence Interrupting. This has been a conversation that we've been having a lot over the last few years. We have an administration at the federal level who believes in this work, supports this work. It's a term that we have all adopted over the last 3 years or so that says this is how we think about and talk about our work. And we have some of the folks who do this across the country. Who have set up these processes in cities across the country, in their own city, who are helping to train and support the workers who do this work. As you heard the folks on this panel up here, it's important not just that we support the city work, folks who do this work, but community folks as well. So I want to bring up one of my bosses, Marcus Ellis, who's on my advisory board, to then bring up the rest of the panel. So Marcus Ellis out of DC, please give it up, y'all.
All right, good morning, everyone. Shout out to y'all in the back. I see y'all back there. Yep. Before we get started, again, I'm Marcus Ellis. I'm the Executive Director for Peace for DC. That's an organization in Washington, DC that focuses on training violence interrupters. And you're going to hear a lot more about what a violence interrupter is if it's not a term that you're familiar with. I've been in that nonprofit space with Peace for DC for about a year now. Prior to this, I served 23 years in our district government, our local government in DC, where I had the fortune of being one of the initiators of our violence prevention office back in 2018. Before we get into this more serious conversation, do I have any Timberwolves fans here? Okay, all right, well, you officially have a new one from DC because I went to the game last night. And if you know anything about my team, I haven't seen a playoff game live in a really long time. So go Wolves, I guess I'm in. I got a T-shirt. But let's get into it. Versus, you all see the bios and the books of these amazing individuals on the stage that I have the pleasure of knowing both personally and professionally, and that I really honor in his work. It's amazing to even be sharing the stage with you all. But the way I kind of want to start us off is by giving each of you just an opportunity to say, of course, who you are, and then tell me a little bit about what your organization does. That sound good? Doctors, I got two doctors, right? I'm gonna be a doctor. I'm not going back to school. Yeah, one sec.
Hello? Okay. All right. Try again. Good morning. Good morning. Morning. I'm Dr. Monique Williams, and I am the executive director now at Cure Violence Global for about a year. And our organization, of course, we're like a legacy organization in this movement to, address violence utilizing public health epidemic reversal strategies for intervention. And so, like Anthony said, we've been around probably 20, 25 years now in helping cities and municipalities around the nation and around the world set up these infrastructures for violence reduction. Prior to this, I've had a little bit of experience everywhere in the academic space, in the government space, but I am, to my core, a violence prevention researcher and practitioner. And from a personal standpoint, being brought into this work just by way of being from a community impacted by violence and always wanting to grow up and create a space for kids who are coming along in the community that I grew up in to have different experiences than I did.
Thank you.
Man, it's every time I come into a space with different stakeholders, I count it first an honor and a privilege. I don't take it lightly, and I just applaud each and every one of you for the sacrifice you make to dedicate your life to this body of work of saving others' lives and making other people have a better quality of life. And that's just so commendable. My name is Dr. Chico Tillman, and I'm the executive director at the CVI Leadership Academy at the University of Chicago. Yeah. Just to give you some historical context, this is a relatively new program that was birthed because of the situation surrounding George Floyd, because of the pandemic, because of everything that was going on in our world during around 2020, 2021, 2022. A group of us called the Black and Brown Peace Consortium moved the president, the government, to allocate ARPA funding, to get resources down to the ground. And in doing so, we felt the urgency to prepare people to receive this enormous amount of funding that was historical and never received in Black and brown communities. So we created an executive leadership program in the top. Now that's the thing that we did super ambitious. We picked the top social science school in the world to put a Black and brown academy. And also, we were even more courageous and ambitious to think that we wanted to raise the money so Black and brown people doing this heroic work can go for free. And we had our first inaugural graduation in February, hosted at the White House. And it was the first graduation in the history of this country to be hosted at the White House. So I'm super proud of Anthony, Amber, and all the people that played a role in helping creating this school and allowing me the opportunity to lead it. Prior to that, I've been in this body of work for about 15 years. I'm an individual that is system impacted, so what brings me into this work is I understand what it's like to be at the highest risk, because at some point in my life I was at the highest risk of being both a perpetrator and victim of gun violence. And I know it's possible to change because I changed. And that's what pushes me to continue to reach out to these people that's caught up or ensnared in the cycle of violence. Along with that, I've been blessed to do TA, technical assistance, and help build out ecosystems all over the country and influence the body of work all over the world, both as an academic, as a technical assistance provider, and as a researcher.
Good morning. I too am honored to be in this space. And I'm excited to say that I'll be a part of the 4th cohort at the school that Dr. Chico is talking about. My name is Rodney McIntosh. I'm the program director of VIP Fort Worth, which stands for Violence Intervention and Prevention Fort Worth. We are a cyclical and retaliatory gun violence interrupter program. So when you ask what we do, we are those who are literally, man, engaging consistently, those who are most at risk of being perpetuators of violence or either victims of violence as well. We deal with young men from the age of 11 to 29 in our city. Not only do we do that, we do a lot of things with the school system, engaging young men in the schools. Because when we first started this work, for me, and I'll share some of my story, for me, at 11 years old, my life took a turn. So I didn't want to just do violence interrupting, I also wanted to do violence prevention. And I believe if we get to young people before they pick up guns, then we can see a change in our communities and we can see these numbers that we all have talked about and have to look at consistently, man, we start to see those numbers change. What led me to this work is at the age of 15 years old, I joined the gang. So I was a part of the problem of violence in the city of Fort Worth for many years. But not only that, I lost my brother to gun violence in 2017. Not only did I lose my young brother to gun violence in 2017, I think the one that thrust me the most was I am now a pastor in my city, and my niece was standing outside of a bar and grill, and somebody decided to step out of a car with an assault rifle and shot into a crowd. She was innocent. A bullet from an AK-47 went through the back of her spine and caused her heart to explode, and she died instantly on the concrete. And I've watched my aunt have consistent pain and trouble with leaving that situation. So this is more than just a job. This is more than just a call, and I believe this is my purpose, and I'm going to do whatever I can to heal my community. Thank you.
Wow, okay. I think that you're going to hear this concept. We use it a lot at the Peace Academy in DC, and it's a part of our work, and that's heal the healers. Most of us that come to this work, we've had tremendous amounts of loss. It's hard work, and it's literally the purpose for most of us that do this profession. So the term community violence interrupter is something that's new to some, but we know that this work has been going on for years and years and years. And it's important that we have terminology, just like in any other profession, that defines the work we do, and that we include that into any ecosystem that's containing public safety. I want you all to just kind of, in your own words, explain what CVI is, community violence intervention work, and why is it important that it be a part of any ecosystem in public safety?
Sure. So, I mean, CVI is essentially, right, an approach that utilizes, you can say, evidence-informed or evidence-based strategies to reduce what we consider like near-term violence. And the strategies are tailored to communities most impacted by violence. And so they're community-driven, community-specific strategies, right? And so it's an approach that centers those that have been placed at highest risk for violence victimization and or perpetration, and kind of surrounds them and wraps around them the necessary resources and supports to decrease the likelihood of further violent engagement. And so I think that this is important, and that cities, every city, right, should have a CVI system for multiple reasons. I'm trying to think of the shortest way to say this, because I get excited when I talk about it. If you listen to me talk, right, I'm a researcher, I'm a nerd. And a lot of my research has been around like violence typology. So whether you're talking about direct violence, cultural violence, or structural violence. And I really see CVI as a strategy that addresses the multiple typologies of violence, because we understand the intersectionality of those typologies, and you get the most bang for your buck if you are addressing them. And the bigger one for me is, the issue of structural violence, because at the end of the day, in Black and brown communities, we understand that the outcome of community violence is directly connected to the structural factors and the history of this country, essentially, that has allowed for the social conditions within certain communities to be created in such a way that violence is a very likely outcome. And so when you look at what CVI does, you're talking about a system having to make changes, a system that has been maybe historically non-beneficial to a particular population, now breaking down this structural barrier and bringing those in from the margins to support them in ways that they haven't been supported before, right? And so within this strategy, you're building equity for a population. And we know at the end of the day, right, like this work saves lives. And now we're also seeing that there is an ability to transform systems in ways that now systems become beneficial to a population of folks that it has been historically harmful for. And so I think that is extremely important to consider. And when you are folks that are within the cities, you know, clap your hands a little bit, that, you know, you are a part of this transformational process of kind of how systems have been experienced by marginalized populations.
What's super interesting is I was a part of a small group that created the term. We were working with the executive branch, DOJ, Congressman Horsford, and Senator Cory Booker around how could we get funds allocated to people that's really doing the work. The challenge was, prior to us coming up with CVI, if people are familiar, we use the term just violence prevention. So if you predate CVI, we use violence prevention. And what was problematic, and Anthony probably remember when we was going back and forth looking for the right terminology and creating a succinct, narrow definition, was violence prevention was broad. It was Head Start, it was preschool, it was environmental prevention. It was so many things that we was like, that's not what we are talking about. So we were given a directive from DOJ and from Senator Horsford and Senator Booker, well, then defined it. And a group of us, which was the Peace Consortium, began to sit at the table and begin to define and be descriptive about the people that do the work. And the most important thing we wanted to do is ensure that the people that were ensnared in the cycle of violence, that the money was going to those groups so that they could get the services. Because what we knew was, with prevention is great. Head Start, all of that is great. Working with 8-year-olds is great, but the progress or the impact is not gonna be seen because it's longitudinal. You won't know if you really had impact for 20 years because the average age of a shooter is 27. So if you're working with somebody 8, you have to wait till they 19 years later to see if what you did had impact. And we knew with violence being epidemic at the time, we didn't have time to wait, so we wanted to hit it head on. And so we came up with the terminology community violence intervention to address individuals at the highest risk, but also we added to the definition so that it wouldn't criminalize Black and brown communities, so that we remove stereotypical language that often created racial profiling and things that harm communities. That was the main thing. And we didn't want to create another system that was carceral. So we didn't want to use mass incarceration as a tool under CVI. So we broke down and created this almost half a page definition so that it could be clearly defined what CVI is, who does CVI, and we created an ecosystem so it wouldn't be traditional street outreach workers, but we understood that some people work primarily with victim service or survivors. We understood that some people work with mental health. So we talked about everybody within the ecosystem, but those touch points was connected to individuals that was at the highest risk of being a perpetrator or a victim to violence.
Community violence interruption or CVI work defined by me. I think like getting involved with this and hearing so many different terms, right? I think first of all, like what it did for me and the way I would describe it is, me and the chief of police, as much as I do this work and understand that we can't have this relationship that's outward or open, right? He said is what has already been spoken. Like, you're not gonna arrest your way out of this problem. So I think what CVI work does is take all of the emphasis in bringing violence down out of the hands of just our local law enforcement, right? It allows everyday people to now have the ability to engage and deal with young people who are at the center of this crisis. Like, it goes from it just being a law enforcement thing to it being like you said, a public safety issue where now we have the entire community. We have social services, we have the medical field, we have nonprofit organizations literally engaging these young men or young women who nobody was dealing with. Because like, that's the thing for me that I love about CVI work, doing this. The young people that we were engaging, and then I could just even think about my life. No one came to us to bring us resources, right? Nobody came and talked to us when we were young men on the streets doing the things we did. Nobody from the community approached us and told us there was a different way, or even talked about having like social service, talked about mental health. We didn't hear those conversations. But what CVI does is it literally allows different organizations and different people to come together and now target an audience, because for me, that is the thing that I want to make sure that I drive whenever we have these conversations. Like, this work is about targeting that 1% that we may call them, or these group of young men in our city that nobody else has been dealing with. And can you imagine being a young man at 15 or 16 and watching your mother deal with domestic violence and not having an outlet or anybody to talk to? What CVI work does is it allows people who are on the ground dealing with these young men to now say, man, we have wraparound services for you. Like, this is no longer just, because I remember starting VIP. I would have young men call me, man, such and such and happened. My mom and dad put me out, I need a house to go to. Well, bro, I don't own just a house just to put you in the house. But once the whole community is involved with this work, now it goes from me having to find a way to get him what he needs to making a phone call, because the community is invested. Right? Like, and when I say, so for me, that's how I look at CVI work. It's no longer about just asking local law enforcement to do this and bring these numbers down. It is now entrusting our entire community to deal with young men who are at the center of this crisis.
I appreciate that. I do want to ask, that was great. Thank you all. I just, by a show of hands, how many folks in this room, we keep hearing White House and we having some major conversations with folks in our government. How many folks knew that there was a White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention? Not even half the room. The White House has an office that many of these folks lobbied for, worked hard for, to be able to place something of that magnitude in our White House. That's major. We mentioned the graduation earlier. It's something I really want to encourage folks. Look it up, learn about it, because we want to support it. We had a question earlier, or a conversation. I believe the mayor brought this up, and I think nobody better than to answer this, so I want to start this way and go down. I know for a fact that I have folks on this stage who have stopped somebody from using a gun that was going to be intended to kill someone else. That is the skill of a violence interrupter. And so we make that statement, right? How do you count the homicide that didn't happen? It's easy to measure, of course, someone dying, but we do have ways and we do have tools. And I want from people, as I see you with that mic, I know you've done that before. how do we measure that? How do we quantify that? How do we have that conversation about the homicide that didn't happen because of the work we do?
Oh, that's a good one. I think like in doing this work, man, like qualitative data is very important. I like for us, man, the way we're able to track and we tell those stories is, man, after building trust, we get the young people who are involved to turn around and tell those stories for us, right? Like to literally allow people in our city to know that, like, man, their mindset has changed when it comes to the way they deal with violence. But also it is difficult, like and I would always say that because, man, I remember originally going and reporting to, like, my local city officials, and they're like, okay, if nobody died, then how do you track it, right? I think it goes back to the people doing the work and the credibility that they have and the integrity that they have, right? But then also, like we, just to kind of give you an example, we literally track shooters engaged, and I hate to use that term, but like you say, okay, how do we track this? Literally, man, the young people in our program, we literally track how many times they're engaged on a day-to-day basis, right? Not only do we track that, we track how many times they're in life skill classes, but we also, like you say, I never forget there was a moment I actually did what you said, man. I literally stopped a young man from shooting the guy, right? We had this conversation. And for me, I had to go and literally document this whole story. And what VIP does in order to protect the people who are at the center of this crisis, we don't use names, we use numbers, right? So I literally told the whole story in my data based off of numbers, like for these young men, how I stood in between these young men and interrupted a violent situation and kept another young man from shooting somebody or killing somebody. So for me, I think it's like you have to be strategic in the way you write things because, again, if you're dealing with the right people, they'll never want their name on paper. So we came up with this number system that allows us to track what this number or what this young man is doing so that if somebody ever do come and they look, all you see is numbers. But for us, we understood what took place. But it's difficult doing data in this work, right? Because we have so many naysayers. So you have to make sure that you're dealing with the right people, track how many times you engaged in people, and track how many times, because we have what we call an imminent shooting interruption, right? Or either just a conflict mediated that we know led to a shooting interrupted, right? And that imminent one is the one where we have to be real strategic in the way we write and place that in our data app so that whenever we tell that story, man, you can look and understand, okay, this saved a life, right? So.
There's several ways we quantify the body of work that we do. The first is through the programs that we have. When we first engage individuals to enter into a program, we do an assessment. So the progression through the program and the touch points of taking an individual who has a history of violent behavior to warm handoffs to now they working, now they back in school. You could see behavior change patterns, and these people who were once engaged in this behavior no longer doing it anymore. The second way is that we do quantify mediations. And we know that based upon the narrative in the mediation, the likelihood of a homicide is high when two individuals with violent backgrounds get into an altercation in particular communities. So we are able to quantify how many mediations we do, but more importantly, the touch points and the warm handoff into services and the change of lives. Also, even if you think about the individuals we engage, whether it's through the algorithms that tell us the individuals that's most likely to be a perpetrator or victim of violence, through community referrals, or through the criminal justice system. When law enforcement, government, and they see individuals who they had literally given up on changing their lives, they see like whatever we're doing is working. I think also what people have to know that our approach is not based on charisma, it's not based on individualism, it's based on science. So we do have strategies and toolkits to work with individuals at the highest risk prior to them committing a criminal act. Also, one way to tell how effective we are is during retaliatory situations. When one person has been shot on this side and there's no retaliation. It's because we've intervened and utilized scientific strategies to prevent retaliation. And of course, we document the data of how we intervene with this particular side and this alleged side or this alleged group. What we do not do, we don't investigate to try and find out everything that's going on. It's our job to find out what can we do to stop violence from continuing. That's my job. Those are the questions I'm asking. I'm not trying to find out what happened, who did what. What can I do to make this stop? Because me understanding what happened does nothing to the problem that exists. My whole process of going in is finding out what do you need, how can I support you, and how can I prevent further violence from perpetuating.
And I mean, yeah. Right? I mean, they've said everything, and it is in the data, and it's not like traditional data gathering. It's like even coming up with the new metrics for, how do we know that this is working and effective? But that also lives in, the qualitative space of the stories that we tell. And not only the stories that we tell, but who we tell the stories to. For maximum impact, right? And people, especially like when stuff gets captured on the news or whatever, it can sometimes take one anecdotal story for somebody to say, wow, I can't believe that kind of work got that type of outcome. And so it's kind of realizing who your key players are, what it is that they need to be hearing, and then how consistently are you able to like feed them the message of the successes that are happening based on the work that you're doing?
I mean, I think that's great. Every, one of those different definitions as to the how. I think you all are hearing it more and more, right? This isn't a guy from the neighborhood happens to hang outside and talk to people that do bad stuff. It's a profession. It's science-based. It's data-driven. This is a real thing that can really, really change the infrastructure of your city as it relates to gun violence. It was funny, I was just in Oakland and met this sister out there, and she said she had this concept of a Law and Order, right? Y'all seen that show? But for violence interruption, so like a violence interruption show, right? Where you could really see, like with the actors and all that. I should act like that was my idea. Damn it, I said it out loud. But we'll get back to that. But anyway, I mentioned that what we do in DC is operate something called a Peace Academy, where all these folks in our city, about 150 to 200 violence interrupters in the District of Columbia, they come through and they hone in on their skill sets. We provide them with therapy, group and individual therapy, and we offer a curriculum-based approach to them being able to be as prepared as possible to do the job. And so I just wanted to ask you all, what are some of the important kind of skill sets that a violence interrupter has to have? I think that we understand that, of course, our police forces, they go through an academy before they start the job, right, as they should. And that's something we're trying to formulate and having conversations about doing across, our violence intervention work. But what are some of those skill sets that you feel like they have to be trained up on? And even we can talk a little bit about what a model is and how different cities have different models and how important it is to have that type of strategy.
I'm going to talk to that, but for people that have been interrupters,
okay,
we can talk about their skill sets first.
I think some of the things can be taught and some of the things can't be taught. Okay. I think innate, you have to be a person who is a part of the community, knows the community in and out, respected in the community, but have relationships in the community. You can't be a person that's not a people person and we asking you to find out about what's going on and have conversations in the community. One of the, I'm gonna explain something using an analogy and then I'm gonna go over the skill set. An analogy I often use is if we wanted to stop smoking in a high school in the bathroom, who would be the best people to hire to stop the smoking? The students, because they already know who's smoking. They could go right to the people and say, hey, don't smoke in my bathroom. I got this job and I can't lose my job. Hey, you smoke outside. So if you think about people in the community already know the people who have been isolated, ostracized, who have been called bad, and all of that. So they already have access to these different individuals. Now, what also they need, now where the skills come in, we got to improve professionalism, because some of them are raw. We have to improve communication. We have to teach them strategies around mediation, because it's different strategies. Also, we have to teach them that's super important is how to do things without harming people. Because a great example is somebody might, just say if I'm new and I want to do a mediation, I might say, well, tell me what happened. And what I say, you can't do that because we know it could be triggering or making a person relive an event all over again. So if you're not trained to do this work, you can cause more harm than good, even though your heart is in the right place. So we teach them how to go out and do this. This is, I know I get really blown away when people think we just hire anybody and just say, go out and talk to people. And we teach them how to, and listen, I want y'all to be very clear. I call these people superheroes because the first thing I teach them is how to be safe. Because you're talking to an individual, I want you to get this, who may have lost a loved one, may be intoxicated, may be high off something, has a gun, and you're trying to convince them not to respond, but this is the cultural norm, and all of his peers is telling them to respond. So we have to teach them how to navigate in these spaces and yet remain safe. So it's a lot of skills, a lot of effort, intense training, and also how to teach them how to protect themselves, as we talked about earlier, against constant exposure to trauma, vicarious trauma, and not to be sucked in and become a part of the problem because they're experiencing trauma at a high rate.
Good stuff.
Okay, so for me, and it's funny, as the director of this program, I actually started out as the street outreach guy. When they first approached me, I had to do everything myself, right? I'm like this one-man show, me and another guy. And so one of the first things I think is, man, is what Dr. Chico said, credibility. Like, literally, like, if you get somebody to do this job that has no credibility, then you already starting behind the gun, right? It has to be somebody that whenever they speak, not only do, like, this side listen, but the other side. Because I was gifted, like, this gift of being able to, I used to be a blood, right? I used to be in the guy, I was a blood. But I was gifted the ability to now start to go into, like, Crip neighborhoods and deal with them people because I was respected on my side of town, right? So you have to start with credibility. But then if we think about the young people we're dealing with, we also have to find people to do this work who are men or women of integrity. Because the one thing I can tell you that I remember as a young person is people approaching me when I was in the streets, so I was living this life and telling me, man, I got you, I'm gonna be there. Like, man, and then I look up and that person leaves me just like everybody else had been doing most of my life. So you have to find somebody you have to find people who literally have integrity and who understand that, man, it takes a commitment to do this work. And then after that, I think one of the greatest things that we did for our NCAs, and that's what we call the people work, neighborhood change agents, is that, man, we made sure that they became trauma-informed. Because he just said something about hurting somebody else. Like, it wasn't until we became trauma-informed that I was able to identify the things that took place in my life, right, that led me to this place, where I was and the violence I was doing. So I'm like, okay, we have to make sure that people doing this work are trauma-informed, are educated around trauma, and understand what traumas look like, and understand the resilience that it takes, right, to continue to press through and deal with these things in our community. But then also, you look for people who are critical thinkers. Because when I tell you, like, I'm standing between a guy and a pistol, and like, I don't, like, literally, man, okay, how do I navigate through this situation to where he goes home and he goes home, right? And if you cannot, and if you cannot on the fly think critically and do the things that are needed to save lives, then like he said, then you're a danger not only to yourself, but you're a danger to the people that you're trying to help. So I think for me, like trauma-informed critical thinking, and then like he said, professionalism, because that's the one thing about it, and I heard it so much when we started in the city of Fort Worth. Y'all hiring criminals to stop criminals? Like, hold on, you telling me you getting gang members to stop gang members. And I'm like, bro, I'm a pastor. Like, I've been pastoring now for like 12 or 30. So I'm no longer what you thought I was, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's not, so I will not allow you to put this stigma on me and identify me by my past. But literally, we had to get to the place. And so for me, it's big. I tell our guys, no, we have to be professional. You have to be able to articulate what you're trying to say, because we're asked to go before city officials and make sure that this work is respected and no longer saw as criminals. So I'm big on professionalism, making sure you're trauma-informed, cognitive behavior. Like, there are so many things like that you have to look for, and if that person doesn't have them, then you have to make sure they get educated in it. But Dr. Chico said something that's true. I also want to say this, though. You have to be gifted, literally, man. Like, this has to be something that is just inherently inside of you, because I think where we're making mistakes is, like he said, and I see it, I never forget having a conversation about this work. And another brother of mine who works with me, a pastor, he say, bro, most people don't want to do what you're talking about because this is the hard work. Like, and I mean nothing to nobody else, but it's easy to get to an 8-9-year-old and change the way they're thinking. Walk up on a 24-year-old young man who thinks his only response to violence is his gun, and change the way he thinks, right? And you gotta have a gift in order to be put in those type of situations and draw that person out of a place that he's been. And I think the only way we can do that is, man, making sure that this is a calling and this is literally what you were created to do. Because again, man, you hurt the community more than you can help it when you just do this for a paycheck, right? Or you're just trying to do this for funding. No, this can't be about money. And I will yield with this. I remember when my city approached me to do this work, and I'm being honest. If he was here to tell you, I say, bro, I do this for free. If y'all would just give me the resources to help the young men. You have to find people who are selfless, who understand what it means to sacrifice, and who have a desire to repair what they broke down. Thank you.
So you can see and you can hear, right, what it takes to do this work. And as much as sometimes people think that it is just like thrown together because there's a lack of understanding, but there's only a lack of understanding because there's historically been a lack of support. And so I look at, even our organization, which is seen as one of the long-standing organizations in this work, and even we're just like 24 years old. And so I don't know if anybody has grown children. My oldest son is 18, but even the 24-year-old is just like, are we calling you an adult? Right? Like, there's so much that you still have to learn. And so there's been a lot that's gone into, like, understanding the necessary components of the individuals, or as we call them, the paraprofessionals, the parahealth professionals that we put on the front lines to engage in this work. Like it's already been said, there's a science to this. It's very data-driven and specific, and the models that have been created thus far, have a history of engaging in the work and the learnings. And so it's like that is what you are now seeing just on a larger scale. So it's not just we think this is a good idea today, or just because, somebody has lived experience that this is the person that should be doing this, right? We've researched and seen that that's not even, sometimes the lived experience, you may not want that individual, right? But we understand the characteristics. Do you have someone who cares? Do you have somebody who is authentic? Because they can smell inauthenticity a mile away, Are you relatable? Are you credible? Do you have relationships in the community? Are you culturally competent? Are you racially connected? All of these things matter when you talk about engaging this population in a way that you think you're going to change the outcome of what they do. So it's not like ad hoc and random. Like it's systematized.
Ooh, you're supposed to wait to the end to do this, but damn, y'all good. This is, Lord, I'm forgetting the question I'm supposed to ask because I'm listening intently to what you all are saying. Y'all are amazing. I had the opportunity to, go to I want to say it like the mayor, Kankakee. Was that good? Because I've been practicing. I had a chance to go there twice and do some work in their amazing city. And we call it the city council. You call it, I think it's the alderman. Is that what I'm saying? Oh, that, yep. And so I had a chance with the mayor to talk to their officials there. And one thing that I noticed, and this is, primarily being a board member with Cities United and being able to travel and talk to different folks who either believe in or don't believe in, and how can we get you to move CVI work along in your city. I use the word fair. And when I say that, when I spoke to the individuals in Kankakee, what I did know was that some of those individuals only knew one way to prevent crime. And you gotta be fair to that going in, right? And understand that everyone's belief system, all of these things are not always the same, but more than anything, sometimes folks just don't know that there's another way, right? And so for a city that's starting this work, that hasn't invested in yet or doesn't have the boots on the ground, what would your approach to them be in terms of, one, being fair, but then telling them or giving them an idea of where do you start?
So where do you start when you want to engage in this? I think, a city has to, right, consider first data always, right? And data in your local context. And I know that the data points that generally folks start with, right, are your shootings and your killings. Great, start there. But don't stop there, right? We understand violence is multifaceted, right? It is very complex. And so we understand risk factors. We understand social determinants of health. And so it would behoove you to get like a clearer picture of what is the landscape for the likelihood of violence happening in your space, to better understand why violence is happening in your space. And then I'll take it a step further, right, and say do like data triangulation, where you're looking at multiple forms of data and considering multiple forms of data to get the biggest picture of what's happening, which also includes, right, this qualitative component of talking to people. And how important that is, because if you don't talk to people, especially people that are directly impacted, you'll end up with an irrelevant strategy. And I'll give this example. When I moved to Louisville, and it was just like this task of go improve the health outcomes in the West End. Like, okay, let me figure that out. There was this organization that had started a diabetes management program in the West End. And I mean, they were so frustrated because they could not get people to come to this diabetes management program. And so then the narrative became, these folks in the community don't care about their health, right? Like, they have this program right here, but they don't care about their health. But all they had was, the numbers that showed diabetes is high over here and we need to do something about it. So it's like, okay, well, you go and you sit at the program. And I remember sitting in on this one session with a grandmother that came in, and she was there with her grandchild. And, there's this automatic disconnect culturally, because they're trying to tell her why she needs to do A, B, C, and D, and she's just not listening, right? And so there's this element of not considering culture and the fact that for some Black people, sugar is just, it's an expectation, right? So if the norm is, I'm gonna get this anyway, like, this isn't something I need to spend my wheels or my time addressing. And so there's that disconnect, but also seeing that all she cared about was her grandbaby. She kept looking at the grandbaby, she kept talking to the grandbaby, the man kept trying to talk to her, and all she was doing was worried about her grandbaby. And I was like, you really love your grandbaby, don't you? And she's like, yes, ma'am, this is my heart. And she's telling me the story of what happened, lost her son to gun violence, the mother, 2 and 3 jobs, so it's her and the grandbaby all the time. And I was like, what would your grandbaby do if you weren't here? Yeah. Now she's pausing to think. Like, oh, maybe I need to, okay, so now what are y'all talking about, right? And so, again, that, like, there's a cultural element that has to be in place, cultural competence. You have to understand.
And so if they were just going based on the data to say, hey, this program needs to be here, but you didn't ask the people, and the more people we talked to as well, because of where the location was, they weren't trying to walk there and get there because of the violence that was happening. So you may have to address some other things before you could even address the thing that you want them to pay attention to, right? And so understanding what is truly happening to cause the violence to happen in your community is super crucial and important. And I mean, I can give more points, but I'll.
Great, thank you.
This is a great question because this is actually what, outside of working at the university, what I do for a living. Actually help cities, counties, whatever, develop, create CVI ecosystems. And the reason why I say help is because I believe it should be a co-creation. I believe my strength is understanding approaches, models, and the science, but their strength is knowing the city, knowing the ins and out of the city. And I don't come in as this expert with all the answers. I come in the same way if you went to a doctor. What make a doctor look good is the patient. Because the first thing, if you walk into a doctor, he don't say, hey, I know exactly what's wrong with you. This is what you need to do. No, he say, what's wrong? How you feeling? Where it hurt? Does this hurt? Does that? And the more information that the patient gives him, the better the doctor can prescribe or recommend something to resolve that issue. So the first thing I do when I come in is I do an assessment. I say, let's look at the problems. And I want to just put this out there. A lot of people use the term, the word data just means information that utilizes number too. I know when people, I got a PhD, but people, the data, and what it does is when we use that terminology, it creates anxiety for people that's not in the academic field because they like, what is data? No, it's just some information that we need to better understand what's going on. But it includes numbers as well. It's words and numbers, where information a lot of time is just words. So we looking at the information or the numbers around, the first thing I want to see is the numbers around how many homicides, where it's happening at. Because I want to see, is it concentrated? Is it just in communities? Is it spatial? Is it all over the city? Because we know the characteristics in Black and brown disinvested communities, poverty, disinvested school. So when we see all of that, it's a big chance that it's going to be concentrated. The second thing I want to do, like she said, focus groups and interviews of the people in the community, because sometimes it could be over historical context. It could be something happened that sparked this situation, and ever since then, these two groups been going back and forth. They done broke into fractions. So I want to understand what's going on in the city. And also I want to understand, it could be it could be a bunch of things. I'm gonna give you an example. Me, along with my friends from Nick Jr., along with Amber Goodwin, helped develop the OVP and the CVI ecosystem in Austin. Now, Austin, Texas was totally different from anything I had seen because some of their problems arise from encampment, a housing disparity that allowed people to set up tents. And I was like, this has nothing to do with gangs. And also, it had a lot to do with immigration. So if I came in with a model that was antiquated or a cookie cutter based upon gang violence, it wouldn't have worked in Austin. So I had to talk to the people to help them develop a strategy that would deal with their issues. That's why it has to be a co-creation with the people. And also, listen, I'm glad the mayors and government and law, it doesn't work unless you get buy-in from law enforcement. It doesn't work unless you get buy-in from city officials. And it definitely won't work unless you get buy-in from the mayor. It's not gonna work, because what happens is when there's no buy-in, then those people get harassed as opposed to getting supported. There has to be buy-in and there has to be responsibility of everybody. That's what an ecosystem is, where it's a shared responsibility. And I tell people, it's no longer CVI organization's sole responsibility to bring down violence. It's our responsibility to access individuals at the highest risk and get them into services. Now, the government comes into play by providing those services, whether it's how, because look, if a guy is robbing people because he got nowhere to stay, and I bring him into a program and I'm teaching him CBI, but he lead a program and still ain't got nowhere to stay but on the street, I can't stop him from robbing. Or the person don't have nothing to eat. So that's where government comes in. And let me say this, let me throw this out there, Marcus, I got to. Another role government can play. No, for people in government. People that work in CVI, if you really want your CVI to work effectively, when you get back, especially mayors, give them expedited services to city and county agencies. Why? Because now without spending a dime, you've given them social capital where they can really do things in the community. And you say, Chico, why get them expedited services to get IDs? Why get them expedited service to get SNAP or to get housing? Because look, do you really want a person in line waiting for 2 hours that people are trying to kill that can possibly, so somebody could say, hey, Marcus is right now in the ID line, come up here and shoot it up. So if you give them expedited service, not only do you create safety for the community, but also you give power for the people that's doing the work. Now, even though you didn't give them financial resources, you gave them resources that they could actually take to the community. So now, once Rodney come and say, you know what, I can get your ID. No, you can't. And he take them to the front of the line. He has bought, the community done bought into him and it don't cost a dime. It don't cost a dime. That's something we could do right away to empower these organizations to move in the community.
Pastor Chico up here preaching.
Man, it's not often that I don't like going speaking out to somebody. But for me, man, so much of what I would say is I've already been said. But I think what I learned, honestly, because again, I started this in Fort Worth, is that the ecosystem is necessary. Like, of course, we start with the data. Like you said, honestly, we have to see, because Fort Worth, we got the data, we looked at the hot spots. Man, I had to buy in from the mayor. Literally a city council member actually asked me to do this work. So I always tell, but this wasn't even like, I was doing this in the streets, didn't even know they had a title to it. Somebody asked me to do this work. Like, if you doing it, you really probably already was doing it, just didn't know. But I think what has happened for me in the last year, or year and a half, is once I bought into the ecosystem piece, man, literally I've watched how it has made our work so much easier, right? So I think, like, man, you have to have the local officials, like you have to have the buy-in. But I think we have to start to push like that this is no longer work that can be done in silos. And if the city of Fort Worth just heard me say that, they'll probably pat me on the back because I'm stubborn. Well, don't laugh. And well, I've been fighting for like a whole year, but it's like now that I see it and see how, because you said that, man, you know, often like it's small to a young man. Like it may be small to us. But a young kid that never had a driver license, doc, that's big. Like, we getting driver license, we getting GEDs, and now they have this sense of accomplishment. And all that happened because now we have people around us, right, who I can literally just make a phone call and things start to happen. The county commissioners, like, you have to have buy-in from all of these people. But, like, I think it is important, man, for us to start to really realize that when you start this work, understand that you cannot expect just CVI workers to do this. But you can not only expect the hospital-based violence intervention to do this, right? You cannot just expect social work. Like, we literally you have to make up in your mind that you're going to develop an ecosystem. And I see that sign, and I'm a pastor, so when it come to time, I stop. So,
Second. We're closing out. No, go ahead. I'm not. 1 second. We'll be all right. Go ahead.
I was just gonna add, you know, when you go into this, right, as a city, your ideology matters, okay? How you're thinking about the problem matters. And so it can't be that you're going into this, like, how do we solve, like, that problem for those people? Because that impacts your strategy as well. And it's more helpful that as a city, you, like, consider your own local capacity, right? Because everything that they said matters, like the formal leadership matters, that political will matters. But also, right, like look at what you actually have and don't begin to engage in something that you're not going to be successful at implementing. So really look at all of the components that are necessary to be in place. And if you don't know what those components are, right, there are experts and people that you can call on to come help you build out what you need to build out. So don't start and engage prematurely, but also see yourself as a part of what's happening and not like you're like solving a problem for those other people.
All right, let's give it up for this panel, please. Absolutely phenomenal. Just really quick in closing, the one thing I want to encourage you all to do, if you haven't already, is to go to the Cities United website, check out everything that's going on there. I hope to see you in Seattle in October, where you get all of this and a whole lot more put together by the amazing CU team. So thank you.
I know it, right? Much love, boss. Love you too, man. Give it up for him again, y'all. So you guys heard a lot about CVI. Now we're going to do some breakouts where you can take a deeper dive. We're going to run these breakouts back to 2 times. So there's 6 of them. So you can pick 2. We're going to do 1 now and then another set at the lunch and keynotes. But we got some more amazing people who are going to be in those rooms waiting for you all to have good conversation to take a deeper dive. We also want to say to elected and appointed officials, if you would stay in this room with us, we're going to stay with some of the national experts so we can take a deeper dive with them as well. But it is now time to start making your way. Find page 10 in your program. It'll tell you what rooms the breakouts are in. Folks will be waiting for you over there. But then we'll be back here for lunch at 1:10. But it's time to make your way to your breakout. Good afternoon. Welcome back. Really hoped you all enjoyed your breakout sessions and everybody got lunch. We have 2 amazing keynotes for you all today that I'm going to bring up to really help kind of like, again, talk more about this issue. The first is one of you all's own hometown heroes, Sasha Cotton. Can we give it up? We are always excited to have Sasha with us, and I know you all are too. Now that she's leading a national organization, she still has time for y'all, and we're so thankful for that. So give it up for Sasha one more time, y'all. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. All right, because I'm the only one who gets to be tired today. Not the only one. I recognize that this work is exhausting for all of us, but we do it because it's hard work and hard work, and I am straight off of an airplane from Chile. So give me a minute to find my notes so we can get going here. So thank you for having me. For those who I don't know, I'm Sasha Cotton, the director at the National Network for Safe Communities at John Jay College, and formerly the director of the Minneapolis Office of Violence Prevention. So this work in the Twin Cities and Hennepin County in particular is near and dear to my heart. I've been connected to it for a very long time and excited to see new opportunities and directions for where it can go. And in that vein, I feel like a lot of our policymakers left because my focus is on governance. How many policymakers do we have in the room, or appointed or elected folks who are doing policy level work? Thank you for being here, and thank you for your commitment to this work. It really matters. And my message will focus on lots of layers, but certainly really looking at what this work requires as it pertains to elected officials and their support. So as I mentioned, I'm working at the National Network for Safe Communities, which is the home of the group violence intervention, as well as a variety of other focus deterrent strategies at John Jay College in New York City. And I think it's really important as we work with mayors across the country and across the globe, elected leaders in jurisdictions and municipalities, that they're thinking about sustainability. So often, and I know I heard earlier today this notion of the shiny thing, right? And that can sometimes be what our policymakers get fixated on, and that can be good bait, right? For those of us in Minnesota, we go fishing, right? The shiny thing can be good bait, but it's important that we're thinking about what sustains this work. And at the end of the day, this work is about relationships. So for our policymakers, that means being intentional, getting out, learning about the work, learning about the partners. And for those folks on the ground, it means, particularly at local government levels, it means really knowing and understanding the strengths and the challenges of your partners who are doing the work. Because most of us who are working in government are not necessarily doing the day-to-day work. We're funding partners to do that. And this work heavily relies on the relationship and security that our contracted partners have with the city or the county that they're working with. Violence prevention is an emerging science and practice, but there is research that supports the effectiveness of evidence-informed strategies. So when we think about GVI or focused deterrence, street outreach, hospital-based work, and a wide range of other things that have been evaluated, and we know that there's something there that both supports community and helps to reduce shootings and improve the conditions in which people are living. And so I think it's also important to say that because we see these loops, right? I think particularly as we look at the Twin Cities, we're seeing a loop, right, where people are challenging what we maybe used to do, thinking about what we should be doing, what are the tweaks and refinement. And so I want to talk a little bit about the need for this work to be able to fail and fix. When we think about most institutions within government, they've had a lot of time to get it right and get it wrong. And it doesn't lead to their elimination, right? When we think about fire or public health or police departments, they are imperfect processes that don't always produce the results that we're looking for, but they continue to be government essential functions. And so as policymakers, it's important that we begin to think about violence prevention and the outcomes of that work in the same vein versus something that feels disposable or, you know, it's nice, it's cute if we can, but it's the first thing on the chopping block. We know that this work really matters and it makes a difference. It improves the conditions in which people are living in, and it's actually more cost effective for dollar and for the quality of life than purely punitive efforts, right? So we know it costs a lot of money, time, and can cause harm when people are incarcerated and removed from their families and their communities, and even in a place like Minnesota where people are on probation sometimes for 20 and 30 years. That causes harm. So if we can work using CVI and other violence prevention strategies to keep people in their communities, keep them safe, alive, and free, and also create public safety, these are strategies we should be taking seriously. I think the time is now for Minnesota. We are uniquely positioned because there is so much interest. There's state level investment, there is county level investment. Shout out to Hennepin County for organizing this with Cities United. I'm impressed. I didn't even know about it, so kudos to Anthony and the team for flying under the radar for a while, and kudos to the county. I think we've seen so much innovative work happening in the community safety space, both in a deliberate department. Probation in Hennepin County has been a longtime partner, and now with a new county attorney, really intentional, important work that is taking up space in a different way at the county that can make such a big difference. And so kudos to the county and all of its partners for the work that they're doing. I want to talk a little bit about champions, because it's something that I say all the time. When I was the director of the Minneapolis Office of Violence Prevention, the reason we were able to make that work is because we had champions. We had champions on the city council, we had champions in community, and we had champions in the mayor's office. This work, because it is new and emerging, it requires elected officials, appointed officials, community organizers to pound the table on the importance of this work because it isn't baked in the ways that it should be just yet. And it's easy for people to forget about funding it, supporting it, and evaluating it. And I know that we hear this across the country, and I know that it's a conversation that's happening here locally. Prove that it works, right? There's a lot of conversation around proof that these strategies work. And I think, you know, my colleague Eddie is going to talk a little bit later, so I don't want to steal his thunder, but this notion of what effectiveness means is something that we need to challenge. And even within the context of effectiveness, who's paying for it? Because evaluation costs a lot of money. That's just a reality. It's important. My institution does evaluation, the college does evaluation, but it is an expensive process that often small organizations are not going to have the capacity to do. So when we think about the stratification of government and how a place like the Twin Cities, with now multiple offices that are focused on violence prevention, multiple departments outside of those kinds of places focusing some of their work on these aspects of prevention or alternative response, and state level investment, who's on first base? Who's on second base? Who's coordinating? Because it's so easy to duplicate the same things over and over again and then say, well, it didn't work, so we'll move on to the next thing, right? So I implore you all to be thinking about how we can be strategic in this moment in Minnesota. While we've got political will in some places, we've got political power at the state to continue to move this work forward, but it's easy for it to be on the chopping block. So seize the moment. We've had moments where we've really been able to galvanize on this work in Hennepin County, and we've seen it backslide as well. And there are lessons to be learned in the backsliding, right? So I don't think regression is always a bad thing. Regression gives you a chance to step back and reflect and think about the things that we can do better. So when we look at what was done in 2008 is how far back Minneapolis goes, and thinking about violence as a public health issue, we know that there's magic here, and that there's magic in our communities, and that our communities deserve safety, and that there's science that helps us to think about what that safety can and should look like. And in addition, I've always been a big believer in innovation. So we can't just rely on what the science says, because I think of that like a recipe, right? We're trying to bake a chocolate cake, but maybe you want to add cherries. Maybe you want to add walnuts, right? We have to be able to give individual communities, whether that's Brooklyn Park, Brooklyn Center, Minnetonka, Minneapolis, the ability to craft models and strategies that are going to work in their community, but that also look to the science and evidence of what can be effective and build on the brilliance of those communities. Because we know that the Twin Cities and Hennepin County are rich with cultural diversity, with geographic differences. We've got places that feel rural in Minnesota in the Hennepin County area, right into downtown Minneapolis. And so we've got to be thinking about the cultural context of our work here too. As I travel around the world now and get to see focused deterrence and cure violence work implemented in so many places, shout out to my colleague Monique Williams, the ED from Cure Violence, grateful to have her in this space. People are looking to the United States for solutions. They expect for us to have some answers on this stuff, and we do, but we have to own that, right? We can't cower in the background when people push back and let that impact what we believe and know is working in our communities. So I want to again step back and think about policymakers and what you all can be doing strategically. And this is really useful for anybody, but I was thinking about policymakers in particular because these days I'm very frustrated with them. We love you, but education is so important. It's really difficult to implement violence prevention strategies when you don't know what they are, when you don't know what works, when you don't know what's been tried. And so often people read one article or one snippet and they think they've got it all understood and then that they're the expert, right? There are many people locally and nationally in this room who I count as experts because they've been in the field, they've been doing the work, they can help to think about adaptation. Call on those local and national experts to educate your policymakers, to educate your community members, to educate your law enforcement partners, because when people know what we're talking about and they can see how and where it will work, they're more likely to believe in it, right? And particularly when we think about policymakers, they're much more likely to advocate for something that they understand. It's easy to get up, again, this notion of shiny things, it's easy to get up and say, oh, I love Cure Violence, or I love GVI. But the moment someone asks you what it is or how it works, if you can't tell them, we've got a problem, right? And I think, I gave a little shout out earlier to my friend and colleague, Philippe Cunningham, who was really the driving force behind the development of the Office of Violence Prevention in Minneapolis because he took the time to come to John Jay College, take courses in violence prevention and criminal justice so that he could have the diligence and understanding to move the work forward. Now that might be above the bar, right? I'm not saying every policymaker needs to do that, but being intentional about growing your ability to talk about this work is really important, and to advocate for it is really important. So I'm grateful for the council members and elected officials in this jurisdiction who have reached out to our office for that kind of information. I'm grateful for Cities United, who has been a friend to Minneapolis, Hennepin County, and the Brooklyns for a very long time. And I think that that's really important in thinking about coordination. The Twin Cities has never had the focus on violence prevention that they have right now. To have an office in Minneapolis, an office in St. Paul, an office in Hennepin County, and work continuing to outpour and grow across the region, there's a critical moment here, right? And if we don't take advantage of it right now, it might slip through our fingers. We all know there's a looming federal election coming up that could change and shift the way that things operate in this work. And so now is the time to really seize a moment locally and take advantage of the resources and the momentum in the Twin Cities to build out frameworks that we can sustain, that lean into community partnership and build their capacity. For me, that is the most important thing that technical assistance providers can do and that government officials can do, is support your community partners, train them, help them to grow their skill set, and encourage them to diversify their funding streams, right? We see this happen over and over again where agencies get pulled into one municipality's funding stream, and if that changes, if it shifts, all of a sudden they're in a really bad situation. And so even teaching municipalities how to be strategic, or excuse me, programs how to be strategic in looking at how they have multiple funding streams is so critical to sustaining the work and keeping it alive, even if one party pulls out or one municipality decides that they're no longer going to do that. We also know that it squeezes the balloon, right? That in a place like the Twin Cities where everything is so deeply connected, if one partner falls off, right, it's gonna push the problem somewhere else, and vice versa. If somebody's doing really good work and saying, not here, not in North Minneapolis, you don't get to perpetrate that kind of violence here, not in Minnetonka, we don't do that here. If everybody else is not playing by the same rules in a shared space like the Twin Cities, that violence will just move potentially to another place, right? So that's where we get into this notion, my third point, of coordination. How is this region going to coordinate itself to ensure that there is regular and routine communication? The violence does not abide by boundaries. And although we're talking about Hennepin County as a boundary, we know that Ramsey County has seen increases in both shootings and homicides along with their response rate, right? And there are things, I'll be honest, I don't think Brooke Blakey's in the space today, but there are things that we can learn in Hennepin County from the work that St. Paul is leading around innovation. They have been thinking really critically about, and going slow, right? I think there's something to be learned about going slow. Slow and steady wins the race. We definitely came out of the gates guns a-blazing in Minneapolis, and that's, there's value in that too, but this opportunity for shared learning and cohort development is something I would strongly encourage the Twin Cities to give real thought to. And I say that not only as a practitioner and a technical assistance provider, but as a resident of the Twin Cities, as a mother and grandmother to Black and brown boys. Making this community safer for them is an essential function of everyone in this room. And if we take that seriously, if we own that my grandson, your kids, your nieces, your nephews deserve safety, and that safety, public safety, includes the public, right? Our good friend Akila Sherrell says that you can't have public safety without the public. For far too long, municipalities, when they don't get it right, have fallen back on just policing. And we are certainly not saying that policing is not a part of a comprehensive public safety strategy, but if we don't take community support seriously, if we don't take CVI seriously, we will continue to get what we've gotten, which is over-incarceration, over-reliance on probation and parole, and a cycle of violence that we can't interrupt. When we know there are things that we can do to make our communities safer and to keep our babies safe, alive, and out of prison, right? And so that has been my tagline for a long time, that people deserve to be safe, people deserve to be alive. Quite frankly, nothing's possible if they're not. And importantly, they deserve to be free. We recognize that sometimes some individuals are so dangerous that they need a timeout, right? They need to be removed, and there's a whole other conversation we can have about the institutions of prisons that people go to and what they actually do to cause harm. But we should be doing everything that we can to keep people in community, because we know that they are more successful when we are able to do that. And CVI can play an instrumental role in setting that up. And so I'll close with just thinking about how systems shift. And some of you have likely heard me talk about this. My grandmothers are both still living. One is 97 and one is 95. One born in rural Missouri, the other born in rural Mexico. Neither born in a hospital, right? Both born at home. And at a time in the 20s when in both of those countries, you waited to go to the hospital until you were very, very ill, right? People went to the hospital as a last resort because there was surgical need or an inability to address that need at home or with local practitioners, right? And now I feel like I'm taking them to clinics every week when I'm home, right? Because we are focused on preventative care, right? Insurance companies will pay for your preventative care and not pay for your treatment, right? Because they recognize if they can prevent the problem from happening, it will be cost efficient and cheaper in the long run. And that is true and applicable to public safety, right? CVI, if you can't compel people to save lives because lives are worth saving, the bottom line sometimes is the dollars. And CVI can be more cost efficient than incarceration, police, and arrests, and prosecution. It's just what we know. And so it's less labor intensive on that system, which would allow them to focus on those small numbers of people who persistently commit harm and are relentless in their unwillingness to change, and allow those of you as practitioners in the CVI space to take up that space with those people who are willing to change and who can be course corrected in community. And so I continue to be inspired by the resilience in the Twin Cities. I'm always going to say the Twin Cities because while I work for Minneapolis, most people know I'm a St. Paul girly. So I will always give shout outs to St. Paul, but Minneapolis was the home for my work for a very long time. But the time is now, folks. We are ripe for it. We are ready for it here. People still look to us as the place where George Floyd was murdered. It is not a coincidence that the anniversary of his murder is coming up, right? That we are convened at a time such as this to galvanize the moment, take this seriously, and get our act together, right? So you're in the room with people who you should know, who you should be working with. If you don't know them, get to know them, swap cards, because Minnesota magic is on the table, right? And y'all can make it happen. So thank you for giving me a few minutes to talk to my hometown team. I see so many familiar faces in the crowd. I hope that I get to talk with you all more the rest of this afternoon, and I remain a resource. So please don't ever hesitate to reach out to me if I can be helpful. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of your lunch.
So y'all know, she said she just got off a plane, and I know she'll be on another one Sunday because she's coming to hang out with us in Chicago to do some work. So this is like, again, this is the work that we all do because we love it and we go where we're supposed to be to make it happen. But it's nothing like doing it in your own city and in your own county and in your own state. Because for a long time, people don't look to you for the expertise that you bring to the table. And then when somebody from the national plucks you away, then they're like, oh, what happened? Right? So you all, they still got access to Sasha and her brilliance and all of that. Next, I want to bring up another friend of ours from the work and from the movement who has made his way to the Department of Justice as a special assistant. One of the things I love about Eddie is that he's super thoughtful about his work and about how he talks about the work and how he talks about the people who we work with and work for in this work. And to watch him moved from Ready Chicago to now being in the Department of Justice and really helping to guide the Department of Justice on this big issue is huge for us. And you all, I'll let him tell more of his story. But just to watch Eddie, and I got to meet his wife, and to watch them two together, and they do this work, and that's how they move. It's just it's an honor. So I want to bring up Eddie Bocanero. Please give it up for him as he comes up, y'all.
So I brought my water up here because last month, Anthony could bear witness, and maybe a few of you here, I lost my voice at a very critical conference. It was our second annual conference at DOJ, 800 people in the room. I'm about to introduce the Attorney General of the United States, and here I am like, I'm going to introduce that. I mean, people in the audience got the Isaac Hayes Mexican version. So I want to very much appreciate Sasha Cotton for all the work that she's done, not only here in the great cities, the Twin Cities, in particular Minneapolis, but also the work she's doing nationally. You know, I would say that being a person of color, being a woman, right, sometimes people overlook you. I know that because of my wife. Anthony mentioned my wife a second ago, and I recognize how difficult it is to be both in academia, in the nonprofit, in government, or even in learning institutions. And so I just want to lift that up just for a second there. But I also want to lift up the fact that it really takes a village to do the kind of work that we are here to describe. It takes community. It takes institutions like learning institutions, hospitals, our law enforcement agencies, whether it's police on the ground or whether it's the corrections. And none of them, including DOJ or even none of us in this room, humbly, are perfect at what we do. But the more that we create spaces like this, and the more that we come together to give ourselves grace and to learn from the mistakes and the things that are successful, I think this is how we build community. So in DOJ typical fashion, I have my notes here. I see the camera up there. It's for my colleagues who are probably, at some point going to watch. DOJ is an amazing institution. I will tell you that when I used to think about government, I used to think about the DMV. Like when you get your license and you don't get a lot of good hospitality. No offense if any of you here have worked there before. So I thought it was going to be like that. I really thought people are going to be kind of snobby. Everybody's like in their own world. And let's be honest, right? The Department of Justice is the largest law enforcement agency in the world. And it is the largest law firm in the world. And my background is in social work, so go figure. They would tell me, "Hey Eddie, can you review these proposals, and can you review these documents before the AG reviews on it, or sometimes even before the White House?" And I would read these documents, and I'm like, I got a master's degree from a top university. I went to UChicago, and I'm like, man, this language, like, whew. Like, I don't understand what they're saying. And the reason why I lift this up is for 2 points. The first, that I learned early on that a lot of the people that I work with are very mission-driven. They're like many of the folks in this room. Some of them have experience from direct service in different areas. Some of them have their PhDs in psychology or criminology or sociology and so on. But at the end of the day, what I recognize that they all want to move the needle forward. They all believe that public safety requires all of us. And so when you're able to really meet people where they're at, and they're able to meet you where you're at, I think we make good strides. I think the second thing that I'll point out is that there hasn't been another administration in the past who's ever lifted up CVI in the work that you all are doing. And that's important for me to acknowledge because 16 years ago, right before I was introduced to this kind of work, I was thinking about opening up a hot dog stand. And it's interesting how, whether you believe in luck or you believe in a higher power, I believe in God, and I said to myself, man, God, like you gave me this journey, and here I am at the Department of Justice, given all the mistakes that I made in my life, and here I get to help inform policies that have an implication across the country. And something that I am always advised not to say, but I will say it in this room before I go into like what DOJ is doing and all those great things. I remind myself every day that I get to feed my kids because of people suffering. You know, my last year at the YMCA, when I was an executive director there, my last year there, I lost 12 kids in my program. In the 5 years that I was at Ready Chicago, which I'll share more, I lost 38 men and over 100 were shot. And some at our sites. And again, I'll share more about that. My first year of doing this work as an outreach worker, I went to 24 funerals. There's a lot that I could unpack around that. But for many of our first responders, whether you're wearing a badge or you putting on a sweater or a t-shirt that says outreach worker or says credible messenger or interrupter, the work that you do is life-saving. And whether the rest of this country or the rest of the world see it or value it or acknowledge it, at the Department of Justice, we see you. So as Anthony pointed out, my name is Eddie Bocanegra, and I serve as the Senior Advisor for the Office of Justice Programs within the Department of Justice. In case you're wondering, OJP pushes out every year $4 to $5 billion a year. It is so interesting how money gets pushed out. And I have the privilege to administer or support and frame where some of that money actually goes to. But I am excited to be here today, and at the amazing city, the Twin Cities. I don't know, do we have any twin fans here? Any twins? Oh, yeah, one brave soul said, like, I mean. They're like basketball. I'm sorry, I'm into baseball, so I'm still thinking about Kirby Puckett. But it's amazing to be here today. And I wish I had enough time to catch a Twins game, to be really honest with you. But I want to begin with a special shout out to my good friend Anthony Smith for the invitation to be here today and for his commitment and tireless efforts to bridge people, institutions, and government together. You and all those in this room have come a long way on tackling this issue. And we know that bridge building isn't easy. It's often much easier to tear down bridges than repair them or build them. A little over a year ago, I was leading one of the largest gun violence intervention programs in the country. It's called Ready Chicago. It is one of the very few programs that has been rigorously evaluated through a randomized controlled trial study, which is similar to what we use in medicine and in demonstrating its positive impact, which I'll share more shortly. In fiscal year of 2022, the Department of Justice launched the Community-Based Violence Intervention and Prevention Initiative, a landmark federal grant program tailored to community-driven safety solutions. Administered by the Department of Justice Programs, the initiative represented an unparalleled federal commitment to comprehensive and evidence-informed community violence intervention strategies that strengthen safety by interrupting patterns of violence in the lives of the highest risk individuals. I want to go back on something here. Evidence-informed. Evidence-informed. There's a lot of debate about what works and what doesn't work. And I'm constantly being challenged at times like, well, what's the evidence? What's the evidence? And I would just tell you, without singling out any institutions, we spend and invest in government in so many other areas that I still wonder, like, well, what's that investment looking like? And so what I'm hoping, right, that we get to a point where we have built the evidence that we need to really both think about our strategies of intervention, because it may vary city to city. But then the other part, so that we don't constantly have to argue and debate of the importance of the work they're doing. And that maybe it's just part of a budget, whether it's the county, the city, the state, or the federal government. You know, in the last 2 years alone, OJP has invested nearly $200 million in life-saving CVI strategies. These grants would not have been possible without the passage of the landmark Bipartisan Safety Community Act, which dedicated $250 million to CVI over the next 5 years. That's $50 million a year for 5 years. So right now we're going into year 3. So in addition to the $50 million, DOJ, through their own appropriations, contribute another $50 million or so. So we know one thing for sure, Sasha, as she pointed out, one thing that we know for sure is that for the next 3 years, regardless of who's in office here next year, we still have dedicated funding going to this. Now, do I? And that applause should go to all of you. I don't know if Chico Tillman is still here, and Anthony Smith, and a few others who have been really, in the very beginning, pioneering and pushing hard to ensure that, that our current government really invested in this work. Now, I think it's worth celebrating $250 million. The fact is the first time that any administration has lifted up the importance of this work. But I will tell you that we have more demand than we actually have resources, which is probably the same thing at what's happening here at this level as well. So what does that tell me? It just tells me that there's a huge need for this kind of work. So $250 million, last month at our second annual CVI conference, where I lost my voice, the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, announced $78 million to support CVI efforts for this year, with more to come. And in fact, just yesterday or day before yesterday, we made another several $1 million out there. So for those who are looking for funding, I encourage you to look at, DOJ, OJP, CVI funding opportunities, and look at our solicitations. We have them open right now, and they will shut down sometime, I think, in the second or third week of June. So you still have a small window to apply. And if it's not you, please share it with your partners in the community. Right now we have, in addition to having the CVI funding solicitations out there, I would also encourage you to look at some of the other funds that we have. And I'm hoping maybe we have a few minutes to talk a little bit about that. I know that my good friend Amber Goodwin was talking about that earlier, and there are things that I'll just say, she could say that I can't say. So if you have certain questions, you might want to ask her first. But what I will point out here is that in addition to the CVI funds, I would encourage you to look at other resources that we have within the Office of Juvenile Justice Delinquency, BGA, which is the Bureau of Justice Assistance. There's tons of other resources around second chances, reentry work, other kind of trainings that I think could really support your current work. And this goes back to what Sasha was pointed out, finding ways to braid our resources. While there's a lot that I want to share in terms like who we're supporting, what we're supporting, I will tell you that in the last 2 years, we're supporting 76 different sites. Our first year, we were supporting 47, and then last year, 29. And I am hoping that we have a good demand this year, and who knows, maybe it's another 40 or 50 organizations. But what I am hoping is that, the agencies that we're supporting are really the agencies that are on the ground doing the work. A couple interesting facts that I'll share as you think about your strategy and as you're thinking about these resources. This is kind of me giving you a little bit of a blueprint to how we look at this, or how I tend to look at this. So we talk a lot about partnerships, and we talk a lot about being inclusive. Well, roughly 2/3 of our current partners have sites. The sites have established partnerships with law enforcement. We believe that that we need co-producers of public safety. So it doesn't mean that you have to always hold hand with law enforcement or vice versa. It just means you have to have an open relationship with them to figure out how do your strategies combined really address public safety. More than 1/3 of funding proposals that we currently have are with culturally specific organizations. or in close partnership. So we try to even score higher when we know that the person who's leading the agency, as an example, is somebody who's coming from these communities, have a very similar background. They're the clients, people who've been formerly incarcerated, people who have been impacted by gun violence directly. We know that 25% of newly funded projects include a focus on supporting victims of crime. And one quarter are engaging with prosecutor offices, while others are working with justice system stakeholders in community supervision and correctional agencies. So when we think about law enforcement, think about those that are being released from the Department of Corrections, who sometimes our own reentry programs don't always have the right staff or the right resources to equip, bear with me, to equip a young person who might be in their mid-20s, who spend mostly all their time in segregation and confinement because of behavioral issues, because they had violent offenses like gun offenses, which, by the way, that population typically gets overlooked because some of our own reentry programs don't have the right staff to support the needs of that specifically acute population. So what happens? They're the ones that are, their chances of being shot or reoffending are actually even much higher. Sites right now are drawing on cross-sector partnerships to implement their CVI models, including representations from hospitals and public health departments, housing agencies, educational institutions, workforce development providers, nonprofit organizations, community members, and people directly impacted by violence, and officials at all levels of government. This is just my way of just nudging you. Partnerships are really key in what we look at. CVI is recognized as a vital complement to policing and the central pillar of the administration of comprehensive strategies to prevent and respond to gun crime, to ensure public safety, and the Department of Justice's comprehensive strategy for reducing violent crime. CVI strategies focus on engaging the small groups of people who are most likely to participate or be a victim of violence through trusted, credible messengers by leveraging collaborative cross-sector partnerships. CVI models can deliver life-saving support services designed to address trauma, disrupt cycles of violence, and build bridges to opportunity among communities members at highest risk. Here's what I want to pivot a little bit just because of the interest of time, and I think it's more relevant that I speak to a few things here today. Across the country, I've been very fortunate to visit many cities. And I will tell you that the field that we're operating in is a very stagnant field. It's been underinvested and undersupported. And so when I talked earlier about grace, is that we have to give ourselves an opportunity to really think about how are we approaching this work. If you've been doing this work for some time, how do we scale? How do we sustain? And if it's your first time doing this work, then what's the strategies that you need to be able to start implementing whatever model it is that you're trying to implement? And in fact, I would even encourage, don't just think about one model. Think about a series of models. Sasha mentioned the work that she's doing. You heard earlier from Dr. Williams as well. Those are two prominent models. And if you look across the country, those are two models that typically rise to the top in terms of what we've leveraged in the last 20, 30 years. And we have enough evidence, some would argue that it's mixed, and maybe there's some truth to that, but we do have some evidence, good evidence, to demonstrate its impact. But here's what I would say too, that there is other emerging research that we see around this work. And so this is my way to encourage you to look at our existing models and think about what other models are out there, not necessarily to replicate, but maybe think about how do you take some of the best parts of those models and implement them in your work. The reason why I want to point this out is that when I look at national stats, we see that 60 to 70% of the violence is typically concentrated in certain communities. And we also know that less than 1% accounts for that 67% of violence. And I struggle that in government, and in some cases even philanthropy, we don't put our resources in that 1%. We kind of go on the outskirts of it. So therefore, we cream. It's like whether you believe in vaccinations or not, but it's like getting a vaccination and then saying, hey, you're going to get 15% of the real dosage that this vaccination actually has. And I'm going to just lifting that up because Dr. Williams is doing a lot of work around public health. So let's use a public health model here for a second. So if we are only providing a 15% in terms of a strength of a dosage, then what do you expect your return of investment is going to be? And so when I launched Ready Chicago, I remember leaving the YMCA after 4 years, after creating a number of different programs, because this was an opportunity to be part and to lead an effort that had a randomized controlled trial study. And I knew in my gut that this population is really worth investing. And if you did it the right way, that we could reduce violence. And guess what? After 5 years of implementing, we saw that. For every dollar that we spend, we save $7. So if you want to talk about economy, there's $7 for every dollar you spend. Some would say that it was a very expensive program because, we started off at what, $38,000 per participant, and then within like 2.5 years, we brought it down to about $24,000. I see some faces, kind of their eyes are kind of like lifting up here, jaws dropping. It is unheard of, right, that you have $24,000 per participant. Unheard of. And yet, what a lot of our local government would say is it's too expensive. And I would say, compared to what? Because when that person gets killed, it costs $1.3 million. And if this wasn't recorded, Anthony, I would say, I got some stories to tell, man. It's heartbreaking is what I'm trying to tell you here. Because I go to those homes. That's how I led as an ED. At the Y, when I was at Ceasefire, when I was at Ready Chicago, I will go to their homes. And I'll share one example that still to this day, I don't know how to make sense of this. A young man by the name of Devon. Typically, like most of our young men, he was 22, had 2 gun cases already. His mom was struggling with substance issues. He was the oldest of 3, living with his grandmother and his aunt. West side of Chicago. Long story short, first few months in the program, he was just like, F the program, F this, F that, I'm gonna shoot you, I'm gonna do this, right? And we gotta take some of these comments serious, but we also have to understand, and we train our staff like, hey, they're gonna make these comments because they're trying to figure out how to express their frustrations. Several months pass, he's making progress, he's showing up every day. Because Ready Chicago was a workforce program too. They had an outreach worker, had all these different things. About 14, 15 months into the program, he's doing great. And every morning he would show up an hour early. And I never knew why until his coach, his outreach worker also told me, and he's got to navigate just 8 city blocks. He's got to navigate to get here. So he knows the other guys opposition, right? They're not going to be up in the morning. So he would show up an hour early. And one day, through our partnership with the Chicago Bears, sorry, Vikings, our partnership with the Chicago Bears, that were really invested in this kind of work, they say, hey, Eddie, we got training camp right now open. Why don't you bring some of your guys? I said, all right. So we brought all those that were doing very well, because I believe in incentivizing positive behaviors. So we sent a small crew out there, and their coaches were texting me. They were sending me this money. Sending me these pictures, right? And next thing you know, there's excitement there. Well, he comes back, he's bragging, gloating. The next day, he's telling everybody. Well, the next day, after work hours, 4 o'clock, him and 2 other Ready Chicago participants are walking back home. They decide to take a shortcut, 1 city block. He gets a shortcut. Somebody sees him from the 3rd floor window. They run downstairs, another young gentleman, start shooting into these 3 individuals. Devon slips on the curb, falls down, young man walks up to him, and you could hear, based on the testimonies of the other two participants, that he was pleading. He's like, man, like, I'm not about that anymore. Like, I'm not about that. He got shot in the face 3 times. I sit back sometimes, right? Because sometimes, no matter how good our programs really are, we're not going to be able to program our way out of this. And here's a young man that I sat with him, I talked to him, and I tried to convince him there's no need for you to pick up a gun. I don't know if I was right. I struggle with this because there's people that do want to change. And sometimes we all know this. Doesn't matter when you get change management, new director, new boss. Nobody likes that change, in most part at least. But in this case, right, this is a young man who was doing everything that he was supposed to do. And by the way, he's one of many people who try to change their lives. But the environment they live in wasn't changing quick enough, and it wasn't embracing that change. And I struggle with that. I struggle with everywhere that I go around that. I want to just, I know I got maybe 2 or 3 minutes left, and I want to give you a quick snapshot. When I talk about high-risk individuals and what informs my current work, I'm going to say a couple of things here. You know, when I think about what Ready Chicago taught me, and by the way, if you're curious, like my own background, I won't say it all, it's very public. I come from the same communities, same backgrounds that most of your participants come from, which is very rare to have someone like myself in the role that I'm in right now. But I would tell you that in Ready Chicago, because we had a good partnership with the Crime Lab, we knew that our participants on average had 17, 18 arrests. We knew that 80% of them had been assaulted, they were shot, stabbed, or assaulted, sorry. We knew that over 1/3 of them were victims of gun violence before they came to our program. So that means that there was no other program, to this date, there's no other program in the United States that has served or serves as many survivors of gun violence besides hospitals than Ready Chicago did. So just that learnings, right? Like how do you work with survivors in programming? Like taught me so much. Here's the other thing that taught me, and Anthony, I promise I'm going to wrap it up here. Accountability. I'm going to be straight up with you all. I am a critic of this work. There's people who say, man, you're not about this work, Eddie, like you're just criticizing it. And I do critique it. Do you know why I critique it? Because I know it could be much more than what it currently is. That's why. I know that if you had the supports that you needed, right, like we would maximize our investments. I know that to be true because I've done that. I know that if you had the political and social capital, right, that we could make changes in our communities. I know that to be true. And so I leave you with that thought. I leave you about what informs my work. I leave you with the fact that every day there's a team of us that connect around this work, and I leverage comments like today. I leverage relationships like Anthony and others who are in this room, right, to help inform the work that we're doing. What should we be investing? How should the relationship between law enforcement and CVI look like? What do we have to do to incentivize, to promote, to encourage, and to bridge, to build? What can we do? And there's some amazing cities out there that are doing some really good work right now. I think about City of Newark. I think about Chicago. A little, maybe biased there, but Chicago. Over $100 million invested, in the first 5 years when I was doing this work. Those investments continue to happen just from the private sector. I think about San Antonio. I think about the good work that I see in out of all places, Omaha. I'm like, what are you guys doing over there? So in any case, there are so many examples here that I would just encourage you to look at what they're doing. Like, look at what they're doing. Look how they're collaborating. Look how they take ownership. Look at how they're holding each other accountable. And I'm going to end with this one last thought. I was a kid, and I remember being in our kitchen, and my dad's like, hey, help me push the car. We used to have like a 1976, 77. Some of you might know this. Some of you might not know this. Ford Pinto. It's a brown Ford Pinto station wagon, right? And so my dad would say, go get your friends to push the car. So I thought it was kind of fun, right? A little kid pushing the car to get it started, and then my dad would take off. And I remember being in the kitchen one day and my dad saying, like, telling my mom, like, the car is over with. And my dad's a mechanic, right? He was like, the car's over with. And I remember going with him because he was going to take it to another mechanic to see maybe they could fix it. We went to one place, west suburbs of Chicago. They looked at it. They said, no, can't fix it. We go to a second shop. They look at my dad. They look at the car and they're like, no, we don't fix those cars. We go to a third place, very similar. Finally, we're driving back home. And as we're driving home, there's like this intersection. And in the intersection, tucked away, there's this like garage. And my dad, for some reason, like, I don't know, he decided to drive up there. And so he beeps the horn. This gentleman comes outside, and they're talking in Spanish. And my dad's like, hey, pop the hood. I pop the hood. And I get out the car. And this gentleman, who might be like in his 60s, he's looking inside. He gets under the car. In about 10, 15 minutes, he tells my dad, leave it here. Come back for an hour. We go get a hot dog. We come back, and the car's working. The moral of that story and the way that I want to conclude this talk is that some of us, if not all of us in this room, have decided to pop the hood in that car. To pop the hood, right, in the lives of the people that you're serving. To better understand what's ticking, what's making them tick. And for that, I commend you. But there are other many people who don't bother because they don't see the worth or because they judge based on the outer surface without recognizing what's inside. And I will tell you, you see me on my suit right now, but what you don't see is I'm filled of gang tattoos and scars. But what you don't see are the psychological and emotional scars that I carry. And the same goes for many of your first responders. So I encourage you to continue to support them. I encourage you to keep doing the right thing, stand by your values, and I thank you. Anthony, thank you so much for the time.
Appreciate you, your honesty and your words and your work. And as I told you all, he's very thoughtful about the work that we do and that he does. We got more breakouts to go to. So you got a second session of breakouts, the same 616 that you can choose to go to one of those. And then we'll do a wrap up and close out for the day. But I'm just hopeful that you all are getting what you need from these speakers, from the panels, and from the breakouts. And that is building on what you got yesterday. So we'll take time to get to the breakout rooms. You got about 5-10 minutes. The folks will be waiting for you there, and we'll look forward to seeing you back for the closeout. And then hopefully get other people in the room. I know it's the end of the day. We might be the only ones left, y'all. Y'all might be the last of the last, the strong of the strong. Unless they out there at the reception already. They could be already at the reception. But I think we're going to go ahead and get us closed out. Again, I want to thank you all for allowing Cities United to be able to be a partner in this work with you all and to help pull this off. I think today and yesterday was an amazing opportunity for us to build together, think together. Anybody learn anything new? Raise your hand. Anybody meet anybody new? Raise your hand. Anybody got new ideas to go home with? Got some? Everybody get to talk to all of these national folks who came in, Eddie, Amber. Come on over to this table, man. This is where they're sitting at. Erica, Michelle, Monique. Why did I say Michelle? Somebody called. Oh, they done messed me up. All right. So again, I just want to thank y'all for letting us. I think as you heard, maybe heard Lunday say earlier, this is just a step. This is not the end. This is not what we're going to, like, this is not like, hey, we did this, we're done. When we first started having conversations with the county, we said we plan on making this an annual event. But what do we do in the meantime, right? Like if we come back here next year and have 300 people in the room, what's going to be different in Hennepin County? Yes, yes. We're going to have success stories. Thank you. What else is going to be different when we come back next year? Y'all speaking it into existence. What's going to be different? You'll be a little bit more adult, right? What else is going to be different when we come back next year? Systems coordination. More relationships. All right, so we are at the end of this thing. I don't know if y'all know when Monte just walked in the room, full of who's always been around. So when I came in once to hang out with Antonio and them in Brooklyn Park, and he walked into the room and he was doing a speech or a poem or something. And I said to him, it's like, we got to get you at the convening. So he came to the convening, and he's been a part of Cities United Network for a while. So it's always good to see family in the space. Now he's acting like we ain't talking about him. He's into his book. But I do want to call him up because I do want to have him say some words if he has some. I know he always does. Yes, thank you.
How y'all doing today? That's a blessing. That's good. It's a blessing to be here. It's a blessing to be standing next to Anthony. It's a blessing to link back up with my mentor, Antonio. And it just feel good spiritually being around y'all and knowing that I still have an opportunity out here to change lives and to give hope. Like, and Anthony has set that avenue for me. Before then, I was just like any other kid in the streets, trying to find my way, until I started to have obedience of what I wanted to be and who I was, because it was right in my face. I just had to have mental clarity. So I don't have too much to say, but what I will say is, please just let the youth know that it's still hope outside of what's going on. Everything that's going on within drug abuse, domestic violence, homicides, still reassure them that they hopeful, that don't let them build their castle by themselves. Yes, it might take brick by brick, but who says they got to do it by themselves, though? Because it take a whole village sometimes to raise a kid, so why don't it take a whole village to take time to raise somebody into a king or a queen? And I love who I'm becoming based off of what I'm around, no matter if it's a good thing. I mean, if the point of view is good, if I'm seeing it bad, I'm seeing it for what it is, and I'm making an action and decision off of who I am, of what I learned and what I experienced. And I think I'm doing a good job.
Appreciate it. So that's my closing remarks. I'm going to bring up Commissioner Lundy, again, who's been a champion for this work, not just here in Hennepin County and in Brooklyn Park, but around the world, around the country. He comes to the convening and he leans all the way in and just has really been a champion. So can we give it up for Commissioner Lundy as he comes up? Thank you, sir.
Well, I can assure you this isn't my speech, so I know better on a Friday to be the last one standing between here and a good performance and a little bit of networking. I just want to thank everyone. I want to thank staff, if we could give them a round of hand, because this is a great day. I'm not going to try to figure out the who, because I'll skip someone and then I'll get in more trouble. But I thought I would just say, close with this, this is the first step in a mini step journey, and that we have a lot of work to do, but we have all the parts to get that work done. And I promised somebody if they'd stick around, I would tell them how to get money, which is always a good way to get elected people around. So, and no, Mayor Hempkin, it wasn't you, so, but I see you waiting, taking notes. So, I just want to share two quick stories. So, 2012, 2013, Brooklyn Park, we discovered we had a sex trafficking ring occupying in our city. And we found that because the students who were being sex trafficked trusted one person to tell, and that was their former SRO. Just want people to think about that. The only person they trusted was them. And so we came upon this idea that we need to build a teen homeless shelter. And I remember the meeting, myself, faith leader, and the nonprofit, so just 3 of us. And I was like, if I can get $50,000 out of the city council, that will be a task. Community got involved, churches got involved. Every meeting that we talked about the teen homeless shelter, the churches would bring 50 to 100 people to the meetings. Every meeting. When we approved it, that $50,000 became $1 million. And the land to build it on. And I mentioned that Brooklyn Park's not a rich city. There is lots of money. There's lots of people that can do things. And you know when we got that money? It was when community got brought to the forefront to help lead, not just get asked at the end. And so that's one of the lessons I've never forgot. Flash forward, I'm now county commissioner. Our budget's much bigger. It doesn't seem like the fight is always still strong. And we brought forth an anti-hate initiative. My staff and I had this plan. We were trying to get $100,000 for that anti-hate initiative. And we thought if we could pull that off, that would be a good thing. And then we got the community involved. They started to contact their commissioners. They started to talk about the values. They started talking about how important it was. That $50,000 to $100,000 I was hoping to get became $1 million. So my moral of my story is every time I've learned that if you get community involved, money follows. And it follows because other electeds hear that message. And so if you want to move electeds, get the community. So community sometimes says, I don't have any power. I disagree. I think you have all the power. Every time community says they want something and they show up, magically, things happen. Another thing that happens is if you have a plan. I need to do something, and I need money. Two things I've heard a million times as elected official. They don't know what they want to do, and they don't know how much they need. But if you have a plan, you can do lots of things. And so I would just encourage everybody as we leave today that this is the start of a process that can lead to a comprehensive plan. That plan leads to community. When community buys in, because they need to be part of that plan, money will follow. So anybody who says, I don't know where I'll get the money, I can tell you, you're going to get it from the same place you get all your money. You're going to get it from the people who support it. And if you trust in the community, and you trust in building out a plan that includes community, you will find that it's the easiest money ever found, and it will appear. It always does. Money never goes to a place that has no plans. I've never seen anybody says, I got $1 million. What do you want to do with it? Never happened. But if you have a plan, it does. And so I hope that this is the start of something where communities can decide what they want to do, and that we're here to support them. And I guarantee you will find the money to get done what you want to get done if you bring community to the front. So with that, I'm going to pass it. I think we have a group, Irreducible Grace. Is that correct? Are they in here? Are they on their way? Or we're going to get them ready.
They're dragging their stuff down the hallway.
So it'll be just a few minutes. They all thought I was more verbose than I usually am. So if everybody can hang on, there's some people coming in to perform, and it'll still get you onto your weekend in time. So.
Ooh, yeah, we're on. What's up? Hey, everybody. How you doing? Man, Dr. Matheson, thank you so much for having us here. And I want to thank everybody in this room because I know you all doing things to change the world, especially changing yourself, changing your family, changing your community. So I'm really grateful for you. I'll speak for all of us. We're all grateful for you. My name is Tiara.
I'm Ra.
I'm Madi.
Hey, my name is Anaya.
And we're from the Black Youth Healing Arts Center. Black Youth Healing Arts Center. Okay, so if you forgot, it's the Black Youth Healing Arts Center, okay? We opened up in 2022. We are at 643 Virginia Street. We are teaching art and healing from the African diaspora. So everyone is welcome. We teach drumming on Wednesday nights. We do yoga on Tuesdays and poetry. So bring folks over there if you know anybody, especially youth between 14 and 24. We really want to make sure that people are learning about our ancestral practices, that ancestral wisdom, and practicing in community together. And I also want to say too, Black Youth Healing Arts Center was born out of the Irreducible Grace Foundation. Has anyone heard of the Irreducible Grace Foundation before? Okay, you know, right? It's a beautiful organization. It has changed my life. I started working with them when my son was in my belly. And what they have done, what they started really was from Dr. Darlene Fry, who decided to leave her six-figure job through the district with St. Paul Schools because she learned that folks were not graduating, and they found out in April when they were supposed to graduate in May, June. Right? And there was no plan on what to do with these students. It was just like, oh, we just needed to know that information, and now, like, we don't have time to worry about that, right? And Dr. D was like, man, that's not okay. I see an issue, and I want to do something about it. So Dr. D decided to have listening sessions with these young people, these 300 young people, and see, like, what's going on, what do you need? And she thought they would say, I need housing, I need clothing, food. What she realized is these young people all had experienced out-of-home placement, so that looks like foster care, JDC, things like that. And they said that they wanted a voice, right? So she partnered with Jan Mandel, who is now our program director. Jan Mandel was the theater teacher at Central High School. She was my teacher. I was in the Black Box with Philando Castile. There was a lot of amazing work for about 40 years in that Black Box. So now Jan has been working with the Irreducible Grace Foundation, helping youth find their voice, helping youth to really pinpoint their stories and be able to tell it in impactful ways. And as that was happening, as the youth were building up their stories in a theatrical way, there were folks in the audience, specifically Suzanne Koplinger, who saw, these young people are telling their stories, and there's a lot of trauma in these stories. Are they, doing anything to heal that trauma? Right? And a part of healing trauma is speaking out, telling your story, figuring out what your story is, and being able to say it, right? That's learning who you are. But Suzanne ended up getting funding to be able to provide training for the young people to learn breath work and the biology of stress. So that's what we have been doing for years, learning about this breath work, practicing it together in community, practicing at home, teaching it to folks. So we today are going to be doing more of a performance. Sometimes we do workshops and we have a lot of talking and we want people walking around and things like that. But for today, we're keeping it a little bit shorter. We're going to do some performances, some pieces for you. I'm really excited to show you what we put together for this event specifically. Again, I want to say thank you so much to Dr. Matheson for having us, and we're really honored to be here to really talk about peace and empowerment, and these are some of the ways that we reduce violence against Black men.
Thank you for that. That was very well said. So during these pieces, we're going to be doing some breathing tools, so you're more than welcome to breathe with us, and we're also going to be doing some chants to transition us from piece to piece. So the chant, just so you guys are familiar with it, it goes like this. Safe is black, black is safe. Now you guys say it with me. Safe is black, black is safe. Safe is black. Black is safe. Y'all got it. All right. So we're going to kick it off with you.
Thank you, Rod. Thank you, Sierra. Thank you, everyone in this room. Thank you, Dr. T and Jan as well. My name is Jabril. And hey, I'm Jabril. Very happy to be here. Just a little bit about my story and why this means a lot to me, this work that we're doing. Well, for one, I think that the stories that every individual carries just matters. Off rip. Your birthright is your story, your voice. I've learned to use my voice through working music, through doing community outreach and engagement, things like this. But today, one of the things that I want to represent, a part of this, is that I was taught things that I had to unlearn, right? And one of the things that I was helped to learn and nurture myself with, to the things that I was unlearning, was reframing my mind state. So that I feel safe with myself. I'm always going to carry myself throughout this world and navigate. And one of the ways that a couple ways that I do that is by reciting positive affirmations, right? Reminding myself that things are safe because I am safe, I am strong, I know I am safe, I know I am strong, I know I'm competent, I know I'm confident. And those kinds of mantras help me get through what is navigating life every single moment, right? The breath that we have is a beautiful thing that is a tool. The life that we have is a beautiful, miraculous thing. And these are ways that I remind myself that not only am I necessary, but I am necessary, right? We are all necessary. So that framing of my mind has allowed me to come up with some thoughts that I want to share with you all. Can everybody hear me like this? I'm going to use the mic. I listen to the people. You know, I'm trying to be a man of the people. So I'm going to share 10 tender thoughts. And when I call out the number, please repeat the number back to me. So I'll say 1, you all will say 1. Thank you. 10 tender thoughts. Very well, very good. Y'all listen, I appreciate it. 1. No silence a black man could ever have will keep the darkness dark. 2. The light in the dark is loving the black man. 3. Tender is the toughness in the hands of black men. He is still holding on. 4. Black man, as I hold you in my heart, steadfast and heavy, I know you will hold the black woman light and steady. 5. Give him 5. On the black hand side. 6.
You are his daughter, black woman. He doesn't know what you will become until he knows that he loves you.
7.
If I am a black man, I am only spoken in the honest consumption of truth. Because being this black,
man,
it leaves even the trees, the wind in the trees, speechless.
8. See, the world's got the wrong idea about the black man. The worldview should be seeing the black man, woman, and child.
The black man, woman, and child.
9. Black boy joy is radiant like summertime, blazing and bold. His innocence, a story yet to be told. His little hand out to hold. 10.
The gentle caress of a beautiful black man in love.
Trusting and comforted.
Hopeful and open.
He is more than a protector.
He too is human.
he too is human. And those are the 10 tender thoughts I wanted to share with you alongside my people, our people. We're here to keep steady safe, and I think that, for me, is an example of how I keep my mind safe. Safe is black. Black is safe. That's how I keep my mind safe. Safe is black. Black is safe. That's how we keep our minds safe.
Safe is black. Black is safe.
That's how we keep our minds safe. Safe is black. Black is safe.
This is how I keep my legacy safe.
I am Mari.
I am Jibril.
I'm Tiara. I am Anaya.
I am Ra. I am Ra, Ariana and Alea's only brother and the first to my mother. I am Ra, living to unify and liberate all African people.
All African people.
I am Ra. I come from two hardworking parents, striving to make sure I can rest. I come from a big family of prayers, affirming I'll always be blessed. When you look at me, you see locks, piercings, and tattoos. When you look at me, you see black skin, but a black man. What you don't see is my love for everybody like you.
Like who?
My love for everybody like you. My history books. Our history books in high school taught me that I was subhuman and inferior to all. It used to make me feel ashamed. It made me feel sad. It made me feel small. The stories of us bring me joy and teach me what it means to be black. Now I feel empowered and ready to take it all back. 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 So this piece for me, along with the Black Youth Healing Arts Center, has been a place for me to build and create and shape my own identity along with my legacy. It's really important that we are the creators of our own story, otherwise we will accept stories that are created for us. So safe is black and black is safe, like Jabril and Tiara mentioned, are affirmations that we use to affirm ourselves that we're not what other people are saying we are, right? So I'm gonna lead a tool because within these performances, sometimes a lot of energy comes up, a lot of feelings come up. So within that, we're gonna learn how to regulate ourselves and share it with you. So I would ask if you could model for me. We're gonna do a tool called Spirit Breath. If you would like to join, please do. Place your feet firmly on the ground, get comfortable in your chair. You're gonna bring your hands to heart center like my brother Jabril is. And this tool incorporates mindful movement, so as we're breathing, we're also going to be moving our hands up and out to give our brain something to think about. So as we inhale, we're gonna go up. As we exhale, we're gonna bring it back to heart center. And then as we inhale again, we're gonna go out. And then exhale, bring it back to heart center. All right. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale out. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale, last one. Let's inhale peace. Exhale negativity. Inhale strength. And exhale weakness. Now just take a second to notice how your body feels. Safe is black, black is safe. That's how I keep my legacy safe. Safe is black, black is safe. That's how we keep our legacy safe. Safe is black, black is safe. That's how we keep our legacy safe. Safe is black, black is safe.
This is how I keep my family safe. We are all healing from something.
We are all healing from something.
I am a boy mom to a black boy with black boy energy and a black boy temper.
Black boy energy
black boy temper. We are focusing on his communication and regulation. We breathe. We smell the rose, your belly grows, blow it back, tummy's flat. And when he gets overwhelmed, we take walks outside. When he doesn't get what he wants, we put on some music and dance. And sometimes, when he's tired, he just needs to cry. I let him. And then I pick him up and I rock him for a bit until he calms down or falls asleep. I am a single mother working with a part-time co-parent who struggles with his mental health, and priorities shift because he's dealing with an alcohol addiction. We are all healing from something. I am a parent carrying choices made by my ancestors, patterns I intend to break. Raising a black boy don't gotta look the same. See, I come from two lines of elders whose discipline language was violence, valuing respect through fear. So they beat fear into the babies for generations.
We are all healing from something.
And we wonder why we overwhelmingly suffer genetically from autoimmune diseases like diabetes, lupus, psoriasis, and MS, or mental illnesses like dementia, PTSD, OCD, and depression. Mama's mama used chanclas. Daddy's daddy used the switch. My mama used emotion, while my dad was psychological with it.
We are all healing from something.
I couldn't tell you the type of abuse and neglect my child's father went through, and I try and remember that when he doesn't answer phone calls or cancels scheduled visits, when he prioritizes our son seeing formerly abusive family members of his over making his own relationship with him. I try and remember that he's battling his past, his trauma and fears, his pain and abandonment, shedding his own tears for not being able to be there for his son like he wants to.
We are all healing from something.
We are all healing from something, and it's not easy. And we can only do what we can with what we got right now. And what I got right now is an inhale and an exhale. Look, this stress and drama, this pain, fury, injustice, and trauma that we experience have very real impacts on our bodies, on our health. When we fixate on something that we cannot change, and our heart beat begins to race, building pressure in the arteries and veins, or holding our breath, growing the rage, affecting blood, flowing oxygen to our brains and our hearts. Being afraid all the time. Carrying that anger all of the time makes us sick. And the breath is a tool, something we can use to interrupt these processes of harm that we experience, that we go through. And I'm not gonna lie, it's not always perfect. It's not always cute. With me, my son is not even 2. Breathing is something he's not always gonna do. When he gets loud, I gotta meet him up there. I gotta shout in order to bring him down. When he hits, I have to shout, stop.
Stop. Stop.
Stop. So he can hear me before I can redirect him. But we're working on it. And he sees me breathe when I'm getting upset. He sees me sing and dance before bed. Self-care. Raise your hand if you've heard that phrase before, self-care, right? taking care of yourself for real can really just be when you take a deep breath into your belly to pause and recompose. Move your body, dance to revive. Walk outside to get away for a moment and re-engage with some natural healing energy. Journal or write to reflect and to process. Sing or hum to release. We are all healing from something.
We are all healing from something.
And we all deserve to be healthy.
We all deserve to be healed.
Thank you. I just want to remind y'all that safe is black, black is safe, and that's how I keep my family safe. Safe is black, black is safe, that's how we keep our family safe. Safe is black, black is safe, that's how we keep our family safe. Safe is black, black is safe.
This is how I keep my body safe. I want you guys to join me in taking a couple of deep breaths. The way that we're going to do this is place a hand on our heart and a hand on our stomach. Pay attention to how your body is feeling, anything that might have come up. And as we inhale, we're going to expand our stomachs, pressing on our vagus nerve. Exhale and deflate your stomach, bringing it all the way back. Let's do that a couple times. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. How's your heart beating right now? Someone? Anyone? Calm? Okay, cool. So, I'm going to share with you a couple of things. First, we just took some deep breaths, activating our vagus nerve. Our vagus nerve is a nerve that lives in our stomach and actually all throughout our body. These nerves connect to a lot of our major organs and are connected to not only our mental health, but also our physical health. When you exhale or when you inhale like that and you press on the vagus nerve, you're sending a message to your brain that everything is okay. Because when you don't feel okay, your sympathetic nervous system is trying to take over. It's trying to alert your brain that something is dangerous. A danger is happening or approaching, and you need to make a choice. So this is where we either react or respond. To respond, we're gonna calm ourselves. Be aware of what's happening around us. Remind ourselves that I am safe, I am okay. It's just a feeling, and I can regulate myself. This is something that I've learned to do in my life, and I'm so grateful for it. Our parasympathetic nervous system is a system that tells us that everything is okay. And I want to share with you a little bit about myself. Today is actually a special day for me. A black man that I know and love was born this day. And that black man is the reason why I'm alive today. And he also passed away when I was very young. So I've walked through my life holding that void, holding that trauma, if you will. And I've had to learn how to keep my body safe on the inside. Yeah. So there are a lot of different ways that I like to take care of myself. A lot of the ways that we mentioned today, I like to journal. I like to take walks outside. I also like to move my body. And I know that connecting your mind and your body is a powerful thing. So let's connect our mind and our bodies right now, actually, through some mindful movement. I'm going to ask you to place your hands on your heart, and we're going to do a breath called heart breath. As you're doing this breath, I want you to think of when else might I use this breath? When else might this come in handy? Let's inhale and expand our arms as well as our stomach. Exhale, bringing it all back. Inhale and exhale. Let's inhale, calling things in. Exhale, bringing it back. Let's inhale. And this time, give ourselves a hug, reminding us that we are safe. Let's say an affirmation. Black is safe.
Black is safe.
Safe is black.
Safe is black.
That's how I keep my body safe.
That's how I keep my body safe.
Safe is black. Black is safe. That's how I keep my body safe. Safe is black. Black is safe. That's how I keep my body safe. Safe is black. Black is safe. That's how I keep my body safe. Safe is black. Black is safe.
This is how we keep our souls safe. My name is Tierra. I grew up in St. Paul, and I grew up learning a traditional music called bomba. Can you say bomba?
Bomba.
Okay, bomba is traditional Afro-Boricua music. So our enslaved ancestors from West Africa brought their rhythms with them, not their instruments, not their djembes, but they were able to bring their rhythms with them when they went to Puerto Rico, right? When they were enslaved there. So we practice bomba on Wednesdays at BIHAC, 5:15 to 6:15. Check us out. You can look us up on irgrace.org. And really we practice this because this is ancestral wisdom. This is wisdom that some people in the world don't want us to have. This is wisdom that was banned so many times over and over again. This is wisdom that isn't in the history books. It's actually not really written about much. You can find videos on YouTube about it. Again, it's called bomba, and it's traditional Afro-Boricua music. I call it Boricua because before it was Puerto Rico, and before it was Puerto Rico, it was Boriquen. So that's why we say Boricua, Afro-Boricua. And I want to share a song with you called Bambulae. And I would love if you can sing it with us also, because Bambulae means to remember who you are, right? What does that mean? Remember who you are. I think that can mean a lot of things. That can mean who were you before you learned things that you maybe could have been better off not knowing, right? Who were you in your DNA as you were forming? Who are you? Who do you want to be? Who did you want to be when you were journaling? It's okay that we forget sometimes and then we bring it back. Remember who we are. Remember who we want to be. And when we sing it in community together, it's even more powerful. It sticks, right? So bomba was really a communal thing. That's another reason why I want you to play with us, because it feels really good. So the words are Bambulae Seaya. Can you say Bambulae Seaya?
Bambulae Seaya.
Bambulae Seaya.
Bambulae Seaya.
Okay, remember who you are and be that already, all right? Bambulae Seaya.
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 Bambulae Seaya. Bambulae Seaya.
Bambulae Seaya.
Bambulae Seaya. Bambulae Seaya. Seya, 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 seya. That's our time. Thank you so much for hanging with us. I know it's the end of the day. I hope that you retain some things that we said with you. Really, it's about regulating ourselves so we can make those changes that we know that we want to, right? We slow it down. That's how we connect to our prefrontal cortex. That's how we make logical decisions, by being able to slow it down, making that time for ourselves to slow it down so we can move in a direction that we want to. Again, we're BIHAC. We're at 643 Virginia Street in St. Paul. Check us out.
Wow. What an amazing group of youth. We've had 2 full days. I'm pretty full right now. I'm going to use some breathing exercises on my 6 teams meeting for the day. Y'all help me out. Y'all help me out. We are so grateful for you staying to this end. There's always a remnant whenever there's a gathering. And so the remnant is the piece that remains. So you are part of this amazing remnant from this summit, Safe Communities, and we're so thankful for our new friends. They're not new, but they new friends to us, Cities United. And so I definitely want to say thank you all. We're going to move to our reception that is down the hall, and you must eat again. Yep. I know. You can work out Saturday and Sunday, but you got to eat again. You got to eat again today. So thank you so much. We have had an amazing time. We look forward to you gathering again, and we look forward to Cities United. Sign up for Cities United in October, okay? All right. Thank you. Have a great evening and a safe weekend.